Thank you very much. Council, it is 6:01 on Tuesday, June 2nd, 2026. I will call this regular meeting, the Barre City Council, to order. Moving on to item 2, are there any adjustments to the agenda, council or manager? Yes, ma'am.
Could we add a brief discussion about the reappraisal? I realize the assessors aren't here, but could we add that to the agenda, please?
Yep.
And could we also pull out, ratify 2 community members assigned to the city manager search committee out of the consent agenda, please?
We could. We'll make that. So
sorry, could you
asked for 2 things. We'll make that, we'll make 5D will become 5G. Is that okay? And then, I'm sorry, the second was just a brief discussion regarding the reappraisal process?
Yes.
Okay. And we'll make that H.
Thank you.
You got it. Any other changes or suggestions? No? Okay, a motion to approve would be in order.
So moved.
Moved and seconded. Thank you very much. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion as presented, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And those opposed, thank you. Motion carries. We'll move on to item 3 on the agenda, visitors and communications. Is there anyone wishing to address the council regarding an item that is not on the agenda? Okay, hearing and seeing no one, we will move on to the consent agenda. Council will be asking you to approve the minutes of the meeting of 5/19/26. Do you have any licenses and permits?
Yes.
Go for it.
Pancakes for the People. It's been submitted by Pancakes for the People community and then the Rainbow Bridge Community Center. They are asking to do this event on June 7th, July 5th, August 2nd, and September 6th in City Hall Park from 8:30 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. And then an anti-bullying rally, June 15th, Career Park, from 5:30 p.m. to 7:30 p.m.
Thank you. And those have the required notice and/or approval?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Council will be asking you to designate Planning, Permitting, and Assessing Services Director Janet Shatney as the municipal authorized official for state and federal grant administration. We'll be asking you to approve the city manager's job description. I do have a change to that, and that was in your packet, Council. And we'll be authorizing the manager to execute contracts, and I believe you have two
contracts.
And those are, please?
One is to ratify the contract with VLCT and Dom Cloud for the city manager search, and that's for total anticipated cost of $15,330 to $21,000, and that's the range is for some variations in advertising and design of the brochures. And then we are asking for approval of 4 rooftop units at the Public Safety Building for a contract with Alliance for $44,498. That was competitively bid. And these would, thanks to the council, these would be the last 4 of the 9, I believe, rooftop units, yes, at the Public Safety Building. So we will be done with that for some time, hopefully, knock on wood.
Thank you. Motion will be in order, Council?
So moved.
Thank you. And a second, please?
Second.
Thank you very much. It's been moved and seconded. Discussion. As I said, and I gave this, if you move to item 2 of the job description, where it describes position type and expected hours of work, the second sentence, excuse me, the first sentence is a rather lengthy one, ends, though the manager may establish an adjusted schedule if necessary, and I'd like to add and approved by City Council. And I believe you had some changes as well from Mr. Cloud. Were those worked into?
Nope, those are all integrated.
Those were all worked into this document.
Yes.
So that's the only change I had for that one document, Council. Yes.
I have a question about the contract with Alliance Group Services,
Okay.
if I may. Under their document, under warranty, it says Alliance Mechanical will provide a 1-year labor warranty for replacement of any failed parts, quote, only if a PM agreement is in place for maintaining the new rooftop units. What does that mean, and do we have that?
I don't believe we do
I
that.
do them all the time. It's called a preventative maintenance agreement, and that means that you sign a contract with the company, and they usually visit in the spring and in the fall and make sure the units are functioning properly and try to basically troubleshoot any required preventative maintenance. How'd I do, Tom?
So do we have one?
We have a preventative maintenance service through another one.
Okay, so that tells me that we will not have the 1-year labor warranty for replacement of failed parts?
Warranties are usually standard practice.
Well, it says on here that's not going to happen if we don't have one, so I just want to make sure we're all aware of that.
Yep. And once again, not a question of fairness, but usually if there's a manufacturer's warranty, and there often is with an HVAC unit, if the part itself fails, for example, if a motor fails, the installing company, it's not unusual for them to take the position that it's not my fault the motor failed. I installed it properly, but it was a manufacturer's, issue, manufacturer's defect. So it's not all that unusual. I'm okay with it if everyone else is.
I mean, I'm okay with it. I just want to make sure
Yeah.
we understand what
Yep.
we're getting ourselves into, that's all.
Coming and going, Counselor. Get you coming and going. So, any other comments or discussion, Council? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion as presented, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And those opposed, thank you very much. Council will move on to item 4A on the agenda. We'll be approving the city warrants of 6/3/26 and ratifying the week of 5/27/26. A motion would be in order.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Yes.
Question, we did not receive this week's warrants. I think we got the payroll warrant, but we did not get
That's all I
the
got was the payroll.
regular city warrants, so.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw one set come in. We can ratify.
Good catch. If there's no issue, Counselor, because actually we don't have the warrants. Usually I have the warrant at my seat and I sign it pre-meeting. I didn't have it this evening, so Cheryl was going to send it to me in the morning. So if the council doesn't mind deferring, I'll make sure I review that thoroughly tomorrow morning and get it signed.
Sure.
Is that okay? Okay, so we'll be striking, we'll actually be striking approving the week of 6/3/26 because that defers to the mayor in the absence of council approval. So we're just going to ratify the week of 5/27/26, and we'll have to ratify 6/3 next week. Any issue with that, council? Okay, motion, did we have a motion in a
Yes, we
second?
did.
We did. Thank you. All those in favor of the motion as presented, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And those opposed,
And I'm abstaining.
your abstention is noted. Am I going slow enough?
Yeah,
It is city
yeah.
clerk.
City clerk, as city clerk, I have nothing new to share with you this week.
What?
What? Yeah, we've been busy just getting
Processing and.
processing things that have been sitting on people's desks. Walk-in traffic has increased substantially with the beautiful weather that's coming along. We've had a lot of birth certificate requests, death certificate requests, and marriage licensing passing out. So that's what we have been doing, and we have just been whittling down our piles of paperwork on our desks.
Thank you. Council will move on to item 6. I don't believe we have anything under liquor.
Yeah, I
We have-
did send some out, I think it was Monday or Friday, I'm
You
not
did?
sure
I
which
must
day
have
it
missed
was.
them. Go for
Yeah,
it.
okay. Paramount Theater, first class, American Legion, first, third, and outside consumption. Asian Gourmet, first, third, and outside consumption. Granite City Market, second class, tobacco substitute. 802 Strong, tobacco and tobacco substitute. Quality Market, tobacco substitute, and Summer Street Tavern, outside consumption.
Motion to approve would be in order.
So moved.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion as presented, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And those opposed, motion carries, and Liquor and Cannabis Control Board is adjourned. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of updates on the PD front. I think I mentioned last week that our 2 community service officers had started. They are out and patrolling. If you haven't seen them, they're being great. They're spending time downtown. These are the bees, as they're known familiarly. Just want to also thank Darren at the Vermont Bike Shop who donated the 2 bikes that they will be using as they get out on the bikes. Yeah. So very nice
Thank you,
Darren.
Well done.
And then also on the police department front, we had two officers graduate the academy this week, Peter Russell, Ben Chisholm. They are completing 1 additional week of field training, and they will be full-fledged officers able to go on calls on their own later this month. So very excited about that. And just a note on Peter. Peter's the son of Paula Russell, who was an officer for a long time in Berry City. She passed away, sadly, last year. And so very, very happy that Peter starting his police career here with us in Berry City.
Could we maybe have them come in?
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
Just introduce them? I mean,
Absolutely.
if it's not too inconvenient for them, and if they don't mind,
I'm sure they'd be
just
glad
like
to
to meet them and give people an opportunity to put a face to the name. Thank
Absolutely.
you.
And we swore in another officer who will be going to the academy, Caleb Carrion. So he was sworn in this week. Cheryl, was that on Monday?
Yep.
We swore him in, and he will be attending the academy. So there's another officer in the pipeline for the city. On the recreation department front, we have a new camp. Michelle's doing a great job with the summer camp she's offering. She's come up with a new one, which will be a mural camp to paint a mural at the pool house wall. So that'll be for ages 8 and higher, 8 and up. And that'll be June 29th to July 3rd. So that'll be, she's working with someone who's done murals. It'll be sort of a paint by color, so you don't have to worry about 8-year-olds just going randomly with the paint. It's very organized. But very exciting. She now has several camps that she's offering. They're very affordable. I encourage people, if you're looking for activities for your kids in the summer, to look at the recreation page. She's doing a great job with these camps. One of the camps is a CSI camp for older kids. So lots of really exciting things for young kids to get into at the recreation department. And on that note, the pool is also slated to open June 26th. So, and that will be with a dive-in movie. So that is also a new innovation, yes. Not Jaws.
It took me a minute, but
Different movie. So mark the day. We'll be promoting that as we get closer to the date, but that is on the schedule for now and the plan for now, June 26th, with a dive-in movie. Public Works, I think everyone's probably been impacted by some of the Public Works activities this past couple weeks. And if you're on Regroup, you've probably got the update that there'll be more work at Camp Street and Tremont Street area. That'll be closed on Wednesday from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. Please follow all the detours. They're getting a lot of construction done this year. That's, of course, the Camp Street work is ahead of paving. We're doing all the infrastructure before pavers come in later this year. And then I was going to talk about the citywide reappraisal, but I'll wait until later on in the agenda for that. So that's it for me.
Thank you. Yes.
How are you with lifeguards? I know you were still looking for weekend help.
I know Michelle hired one today, but she lost one today. I think she's looking for maybe one more. And other than that, we should be good to go. So,
Thanks.
yeah.
Did we mention that it's customary for an outgoing city manager to pull lifeguard duty?
I hadn't heard that one.
You had not? Oh, I'm sorry. It's a longstanding
Yeah.
tradition.
I guess,
I'm sorry. I guess you didn't get the memo.
see what Passive thinks about that.
Councilor Spalding, did you have
No, I
that?
had the same question.
No, okay.
about the city manager serving as a lifeguard?
Yes, no.
No, longstanding tradition, well-known, just
I've got one.
saying. Any other questions for the city manager?
Mr. Mayor, low-hanging
Yes.
fruit. 2 tire swings at Playground 2000.
Yeah, I know we've gotten a donation that didn't cover the costs. I don't know if, Tom, I don't think we have any, we're still sort of, we'll just got to backfill the cost of it, but that event that had promised it didn't make the required funding, so.
Is this something we can pull out of the surplus or Sempervon or?
Possibly, yeah, we
I
can
mean,
look
we've
at
got a lot of different things that are going to be going on down there in the summer. It'd be really nice to get that up to snuff.
And what is the cost?
I
recall.
don't, it's
Sorry
not,
to put
it's
you
not,
on the spot,
it's
Tom.
not egregious, it's not excessive,
It was about $1,800
yeah.
per swing.
Per swing?
Yeah, that's 700 for the swing and another 700 or 800 for the knuckle that goes up
Could we count on at least one? Anytime quick? Cool. Thank you. If we could get two, that would be awesome, but thank you, Tom. Appreciate it. Okay, anything else, council? Then we'll move on to item 8A on the agenda. This is a volunteer appointment to the TPW committee. Joanne Reynolds, how are you?
I'm good.
May I call you Joanne?
Yes, please.
Okay. Welcome. It's all yours. Why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself and your interest in the committee?
Sure. So I served on the TPW a few years ago in a previous iteration when it was Education Advisory Committee. That committee fell apart, and I stepped back as a result of the falling apartness of it. And I've always had sort of an ear to the ground in terms of what was going on, and when it reconstituted, I started to attend the meetings for a number of reasons, and it became apparent that they needed more members. So I raised my hand and I said, I think I'd like to join again. So here I am.
Thank you.
I think, first of all, I think the committee is a really good committee, and it seems to be pretty cohesive and also meeting regularly, which is a real important thing. If I'm going to spend time, I want to do something that is meaningful and we can actually make a difference. And I think the thing that's really driving all this is public safety. I read a fair amount about public safety. I spend time on social media, and I see a lot of people complaining about crosswalks or the lack thereof, or not having lines on the roads, or not being able to cross the street because the traffic's going too fast, things like that. So I'm really hopeful that I can be part of the solutions that we bring to the people who live in our city and the people who visit here.
Thank you. And you have, so you already answered my first question, your application. You've attended the meetings,
Yes.
obviously. So you're aware of the time constraints and what's required to be a good, productive, well-attending committee member, and you're
bet.
prepared to meet those challenges.
Yeah, there were lots of times when it was just me and the previous committee chair at those old committee meetings and no one else. So we weren't able to do anything or have any meetings. So yes, and I've been going pretty regularly to this.
Thank you. Any other questions for Joanne? Then a motion to approve would be in order.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Thank you very much.
Thank
All
you.
those in favor of the motion as presented, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And those opposed, the motion carries. Welcome aboard, Joanne. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanne.
Okay, council, we'll move on to item 8B on the agenda. This is the Hebeb Dam project update. Friends of the Winooski, hi, how are you?
So I'm Michelle Braun, the Executive Director of Friends of the Winooski, and I have met numerous of you before, but you do have some new members and probably some members of the public just tuning in for the first time. So, and do you want to?
Sure. I'm Alex Marcucci, Water Resources Scientist with SLR Consulting. Nice to see you all again.
I knew that.
It's been a minute, though.
And SLR, we've been working as the engineers with Friends of the Winooski River on designing the dam removal projects on the Stevens Branch.
So I'm just going to give you the non-technical context of the situation with the dam, and then turn it over to Alex to look at the final plans with you. So these projects, Hebeb is the third of 3 dams to be removed from the Stevens Branch. And these projects got started more than 5 years ago with the all-in for Barre process, which brought together the Barre River Access Task Force, some residents, some of whom are here, thank you, who wanted to do something for the rivers in the city and make the rivers more accessible for city residents. And they reached out to us because Friends of the Winooski has the capacity to raise the funds and to manage complicated natural resource projects. And we worked with SLR to design these projects. We've presented them to the council probably at least 3 times now at different points along the way. And last summer, we took out 2 of the dams, Jockey Hollow and Brooklyn Street, which is very exciting. Those projects went really well. 2 dams are out. We've done a lot of historic documentation of those, which is really interesting. We're working with the National Park Service to develop trails to access the waterfalls at the Jockey Hollow site. So that's all very cool. The Habep Dam is the one in the middle, and it is behind what was the Quality Inn, and between the Quality Inn and the Mill Street Apartments, essentially. And it's the largest of the 3 dams. It was built, well, there's been a dam there for a couple hundred years, and it has been a woolen mill, it has been a flannel mill, it has been a cast iron stoveworks. But the current concrete dam was built in 1929 by the city to maintain the water level in the river, in part to be able to harvest ice in the winter and to be able to support swimming in the summer. Because where the baseball field is now, there was a beach with lifeguards and everything. Yeah. But by 1947, the city realized that they could not keep the river clean enough for swimming in that area. And so, in 1940, the ice house burned down and people started getting refrigerators at home and stuff. So the dam has served no purpose at all since 1947. It's made of concrete. Concrete has a 75-year lifespan, roughly.
Certainly not 100 years.
And it's now 97 years old. The dam safety program inspected it, and the last 2 inspections, it has been in poor condition. So there is a real risk of that dam failing. It is owned by the city. And interestingly, one thing that is kind of counterintuitive about how dams work is that when a dam comes out, a lot of the impact of that happens upstream of the dam. So you might think, well, the dam fails, all this water is going to come downstream. But in fact, what's really behind the dam is a huge amount of sediment. We're estimating we're going to remove over 1,000 dump truck loads full of sediment from behind that dam. So if the dam were to fail and all that sediment came out, what would happen is the riverbed would be lower upstream and the water would be moving faster upstream. And you'll notice in that area behind what was the Quality Inn, behind Ruthier's auto sales, and behind the houses on Pond Street, behind Tucker's shop, the river would undermine that bank. And it's a very steep bank in places. And so there's the potential, if the river undermined that bank, for that bank to fall. And so that's one of the really technically challenging parts of this project, is that's what would happen if it failed in an emergency kind of way. But the same thing, the same principles apply to our taking it out on purpose, which is we're going to be lowering the stream bed, the river is going to move faster upstream, and so there's a risk of eroding that bank. And Alex is going to tell you what we're doing about that.
Sure. I suppose since we have the plans up, we can just do a quick flip through and kind of orient folks to the site, since maybe it's been a while since you've been before the group.
And we have some new people too.
Yeah. So if you want to go to the next page, Nicholas. So this is the final design plan set. So if can you make it full screen or scroll down slightly?
Yeah, that's about as big as it'll
Okay,
get, but
that's
I
great.
can- Let me know.
So in the bottom right corner of the sheet is the dam. Oh, just up to the previous page.
Oh, sorry.
You're good.
Previous page. There we go.
There we go. Okay. So the dam is on the bottom right corner of this sheet here. You can kind of see like the linear feature going across the river. This is a Stevens branch flowing through the middle. The whole view is rotated, so it's looking from above, but north is actually pointing toward the right. So one thing to note on here is that the dam, as Michelle mentioned, it's fairly large in size, and she mentioned the amount of the volume of sediment that's behind it. So currently the dam is it's impounding the river. If you're there, the water's kind of stagnant. It's pond-like, pretty deep, moving really slowly through this area. And what we found through our study of the dam is that the impact of the backwater extends over a mile upstream, so farther than you might think. And it kind of goes upstream of the park. Toward the left-hand side of the screen is kind of where the upper end of the impoundment is. Next sheet, I think actually 2 from now would be good. The next one's just a zoom in of the first one, so one more. Yeah, there we go. Oh, sorry, up one. Nope. Down one. This is great, thank you. Okay, so this is our proposed condition plan view sheet. So a similar view to the first sheet that we were looking at, but this is basically the extent of the construction work that'll happen. So the bold dotted line is essentially the limits of work for the construction. So sediment will be removed, so the dam will be removed, and then sediment will be removed throughout the whole reach upstream of the dam, basically to just above the ball fields there. And there will be some different accesses from the Mill Street apartments as well as through the park near the ball fields upstream. And the important thing to note here, it's a little bit hard to see, but there's this kind of bubble-looking hatch that there's like a strip of along the bottom of the river, a strip of along the top of the river, and then a couple other patches. Thanks, Michelle. So what that signifies is armoring of some sort, so rock riprap essentially, and there are a number of different areas where we're adding this armoring that Michelle was mentioning before. So the kind of steep bank that she was describing is on the bottom side of the river in this view. So we're proposing to armor along essentially the whole length between the dam and the Parkside Terrace Bridge, except for a short little section where the river is actually set back from that slope a little ways. And then there will be additional armoring added at the bridge itself, as well as upstream on that same kind of eastern side of the river. Where there's armoring right now, there's a gap in it because there's bedrock along that slope there, so no armoring is needed in that location. And then there's also going to be armoring added along the sewer line. So there's a sewer line that runs parallel to the river on the western bank, or kind of like the upper bank as shown in this sheet, pretty close to the river throughout that, almost the whole length from the dam roughly up to the bridge. So we're gonna add armoring around that to protect that as well, so that when the water is moving faster, as Michelle described, once the dam is removed, the sewer line will be protected. Let's keep flipping through.
Let me see the detail.
Yeah, well, next one. So there's a lot of other sheets that show kind of more zoomed in views and then construction details. This is a construction sheet, but we can keep flipping through till we get to some of the details that show the armoring. Next sheet maybe.
Next.
Yeah.
That's a great one.
There, okay, so scroll down slightly, Nicholas, if you don't mind. So this is a sheet that shows the bridge armoring. So just to show, so this is a cross section of the bridge. So if you were kind of standing in the river upstream of the bridge looking down at the bridge, this is what you would see. There's a bridge abutment here, a bridge abutment here, and then the river channel. So the river is going to be lowered by like 5-ish feet with some additional sediment being taken out kind of on the side of the river here. There is currently armoring around the bridge abutments. It's like this light gray, it doesn't show up too well on the screen, but there's some armoring right here and here. And because the riverbed is being lowered, we're adding additional armoring kind of on both sides there to further protect the bridge in that location. And it's possible that the bridge, I mean, we have some information about the bridge being founded on bedrock partially, so it'll be armored either to the depth we specify or to bedrock, whichever is not during construction. Next sheet. Okay. So this is, again, that same view. If you're standing in the river and you're looking downstream, you're kind of looking at the shape of the river and the river banks and floodplain. So this is in that area where we have that steep bank, kind of behind the old motel and those homes there. So what we're showing here is that the channel is going to be lowered again, and then all of this kind of stippling, that's all a sectional view of the sediment that's actually going to be excavated during construction. So the whole river will be lower after the project is completed. And there's existing kind of armoring along the slope. It's a lot of like chunks of granite kind of thrown over the bank. Not necessarily the most, robustly designed armoring, but what we're showing on all of these sections, so there are a whole number of cross sections throughout the whole length of the project, is this piece of armoring here. So this is additional armoring that will be added, essentially 3 feet below the bottom of the proposed riverbed, all the way up to the proposed 100-year flood level. And it's pretty big rock. It's V-Trans type 4 rock. We did an analysis, so we have a river model of this. I feel like I always come to you and folks and talk about our river models, but we have a river model for the site where we're able to look at current conditions and then proposed conditions if the dam were to be removed. So we have information about how water levels will change during different flood events and how water velocities will change during different flood events between current day and with the dam removed, with all the sediment removed. So we were able to look at the proposed velocities, like how fast the water will be moving after dam removal, in order to determine the appropriate size of rock for the slope armoring.
And how large is a type 4 rock?
Type 4, on average, I believe it's about 2 feet, but it's usually like 2 to 3 foot size class. It's kind of a range.
Are they boulders or flat?
They're boulders, yeah. Yep, and it's a 4 foot thick layer of boulders, and you'll be able to see when we go to the details sheet that there's some bedrock. We know that there's bedrock around the dam itself, and so what we're going to have the contractor do is actually attach the riprap to the bedrock where there's bedrock found. So using rebar pins and then as well as grouting it together, essentially cementing the armoring together so that it really stays put on the bedrock as well. I think we can flip through the sections and maybe go to the details sheet, which should be second or third to last. Okay, this is great. So if you scroll down slightly, there's a few different armoring details that I'll just point out really quickly. Over here, I mentioned that we'll be doing armoring along the sewer line to make sure that that's fully protected after dam removal. So you can see, again, in section view, there's a sewer line here, and then the armoring will essentially run parallel along the river side of the whole sewer line for that stretch, as well as wrap over top of it. And that's the same size rock, so that V-Trans type 4 rock. And then big armoring, so what we were just looking at in section view, this is just the detailed view of that, where it shows the 4 foot thick layer extending to 3 feet below that proposed stream bed, and kind of more information about how that's to be installed. And then right over here is where we show how it's going to be grouted and pinned to bedrock, where bedrock is found. So I think one thing, I suppose, is the permitting. So we have applied for and received a whole number of permits for the project. We have applied for Army Corps permit, construction stormwater permit, a dam order in order to remove the dam with the Vermont Dam Safety Program. We have a local flood hazard area permit as well, and then a wetlands clearance from the wetlands program. And the one that we're kind of talking about a little bit today is a stream alteration permit. So for this permit specifically, we need sign on from all of the landowners where any bank armoring is going to take place. And there's a whole number of landowners, and I'll maybe pass it to Michelle to talk about kind of her progress there.
Yes, thank you. So there are 12 parcels where we're proposing to armor the stream bank in order to protect those properties from that scour that we described. And so at the end of April, I sent out packets in the mail with a return envelope to us with information for each of those 12 landowners about the project and about, what we were asking for in terms of our applying for, essentially what is happening is Friends of the Winooski is applying for stream alteration permits on behalf of each landowner in order to get permission from the state to place that stone to protect their property. And so in response to the packets, we just got 3 signatures out of 12. So this past weekend, I went out door to door with Bern Rose, who was a huge help because she knows everyone is good at talking to them. And that helped us get another 2 signatures on those forms, which means that we still need quite a few landowner signatures in order to ensure that, that those folks' properties are protected when we do this.
And tentatively, I should note, the project is hopefully going to be constructed this summer, between August 1st and October 1st. That's the window of when we're allowed to work in the river and due to bat restrictions and things like that, so.
And we have the funding, and the project is out to bid right now.
Yeah.
And so we are almost ready to go. But just for folks watching and listening, we do want to make sure that we can do the armoring that Alex described on all of those properties.
And just to circle kind of back to the beginning of the discussion, I think it's just really important to highlight that controlled dam removal is significantly less risky than leaving the dam in place to fail in the future. So I feel like that's a really important thing, especially, you know, when we're speaking with landowners and members of the public and things like that, to communicate that, you know, this project will ultimately reduce risks in the future.
It will not make the risk zero, because it's our understanding that some of these very high banks were built by fill, and they're very steep, and they are in the floodway. Those properties are in the floodway, and so they're not the safest place regardless of the situation. So we cannot entirely eliminate the risk of the fact that these were unsafe before.
Certainly, yeah, definitely.
But we're doing everything that we know how to do to protect them, which is a big improvement over their situation now, where with the dam at risk.
No, that was just, I was just going to ask you to specify the difference in the risk if there's an, you know, if the dam fails versus if we have this, you know, armoring in place and take the dam out, but you just did, so.
Yeah, I mean, in dam failure, there's just a huge release of water and sediment, and in an uncontrolled manner, things are kind of moving downstream, which is bad for downstream, but also bad for, you know, that bank upstream that would not be protected by any sort of armoring in that case, and the river would be free to just kind of rip through there pretty quickly. So having some armoring in place there certainly would be better. Yes.
I have a question about the order of operations here. Obviously, you're not, well, I'm assuming you're not going to remove the dam first, because then that would be the same thing as a dam failure. So what, do you do the sediment removal first? Do you do the armoring first? How, like?
That's an excellent question. It's often an incremental process. So at this dam, what we plan to do is de-water the impoundment first. So there's kind of an existing gate at the dam. Essentially, there's a hole in the dam where they used to kind of, water used to go through it, but it's all blocked up now. So what we anticipate the contractor would do is clear out that hole so that the water would be able to slowly drain out of the impoundment. And then it's kind of iterative from there. So they would be removing some sediment upstream and armoring kind of as they go, and then lowering the dam incrementally thereafter, so that there's not like the dam comes out and everything is able to wash down. It would be kind of a little bit at a time, exactly, where they would be maybe lowering the dam a little bit, excavating some more sediment upstream, installing that armoring as they're moving through the area, and then lowering the dam a little bit more kind of as they go on.
Cool, thank you.
Councilor Spaulding.
I have a couple questions. Do you, when you knocked on doors, did you only get to talk to 2 homeowners, or did the other homeowners just, like, they wanted a little bit more time to think about things?
Oh, we only got to talk to 2.
Okay, so you were 100% for the number of people you talked to.
Yes.
Which I've done my fair share of door knocking, and sometimes that's how it goes, right? But, so are you hoping to go back out to be able to talk to more homeowners to make sure that we can get those signed off on?
Yes, there, in a couple cases, yes. In a couple cases, there's some legal like property ownership situation, so
Yeah.
there are other challenges.
Well, that was my other question, because I know there's that strip of land, and have we figured out who actually owns that? Okay, that's part of the challenge, okay. And then my last question, is about the armoring. So for people who may be listening and only catch part of it, I just want to be very clear. If the dam were to fail, that right now, at this moment, there's no extra armoring, that would be not good for anybody. But you're saying you can't completely take away all of the risk, but you're going to greatly reduce the risk by doing the armoring. So it's in the property owner's best interest to do that, to sign off and say, yes, we want this, because if they don't, then they're actually exposing themselves to more risk. Okay.
We would not recommend dam removal without the armoring.
Okay. And then my last question is, how long do you have to get these homeowners, property owners to sign the thing if you're shooting for an August 1 start date?
By August 1, if we have signatures in hand, because we have, the stream alteration permit, I believe, is conditionally issued upon receiving all the signatures by the start of construction, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, great, thank you.
Councilor Ruthier?
Yes, so I'm kind of stuck in the middle here because I own Ruthier Auto Center and I also own Great City Real Estate, which owns Ruthier Auto Center. You say dam. I mean, I look at that river every day. It's not a dam. It's like two nice waterfalls now where I look from behind Ruthier's. There's no stagnant water. It flows really nice. Flows really nice around the bend, maybe 3 feet at the deepest end. Across the river, there's trees that need to be taken out to keep the flow going well. What are they doing across the street? And let me back up one. Is this being done because we're trying to avoid a flood in Barre City or because you want more people to have access to the river?
So that's a lot of questions.
I hear you.
I'll work my way through them. There is absolutely a dam there. I mean, it is 12 feet tall and 100 feet long, maybe. Concrete structure.
You have a picture of it? You might want to get a picture of it.
But there absolutely is there. And the water does flow really nice downstream over those cascades. It's beautiful. And we think that likely there's we're going to find more bedrock behind and under the dam. And so those rock waterfalls that are there below the dam, that might extend somewhat above the dam and look more like that above the dam. In terms of the trees that are down on the far side of the river, that has to do with the bats.
I'm sorry?
With the bats. So in order to get an Army Corps of Engineers permit, we need a clearance from the New England Field Office of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service relative to any rare, threatened, or endangered species in the area. And part of that is bats. There are some rare, threatened, and endangered bat species in the area of the dam. And so any trees that need to be cut in order to do the project have to be cut before April 15th, because we don't want there to be trees there for the bats to roost in. So we have to take them down before the roosting season. So that's why there are trees.
Okay, so back to my question. So it's not just to have people have access, because we've had that done before and they get filled up with homeless and needles and everything else.
I didn't
Hate
get
to
to
say
that
it,
part
but,
of the
okay.
So the trees are down because we had to take them down as part of the project and because of the bats. And so in terms of why we're removing the dam, there are a lot of benefits to dam removal. One is to improve water quality, particularly in the area upstream of the dam. It will really improve water quality. It will really improve habitat for fish and for turtles and anybody who lives in the river there.
Can I just say one thing with that? So I spoke with an environmentalist last year. She did a water sample, and since the sheds are gone, that's the cleanest water in Vermont, they pretty much said already.
Okay.
I allowed her to go down there and take samples of water, and that's what the results were. I'm not saying that I'm totally against this. I just don't, if we're gonna spend money, spend it down in North Barre, where we have no money. Okay, we have 150 sewer that haven't been cleaned or clogged. They need to do what you wanna do here. Down in North Barre, the rivers are less than half what they used to be in the 50s. There's so much sediment that the pipes are below the water. That's where Friends of Winooski, that's part of Winooski River, that's where the money should be spent, not upstream 6 miles from, I've been through 3 floods of Barre, because I grew up in the North End. Every flood, North End gets it. They need help, not the, the Barre Town, Barre City limits,
I don't know if there was a question there.
Well, I'm just trying to say that, the reason I just get on this, I did get the mail in time ago. I didn't really look at it that closely. But then I get a letter from Byrne with a half-a-page signature. Okay, so I'm not going to read anything. I'm just going to sign off. No. I mean, there are so many things that a written agreement provided, property right waiver, environmental liability. When you dredge and stow and the water goes down, it causes erosion, flooding, or contamination, change in water dynamics. A lower and faster river may increase erosion risk after floodplain classification, impact insurance premiums. If this doesn't work, who pays for it? Is there a fund for the landowners, the business owners? I mean, there's so much involved that, again, I wasn't here when this happened, because it happened in 2003. The city council approved it. And then all of a sudden, wham. And I spoke to people today, and I'm not going to mention names, who totally kind of forgot about this whole thing. And now it's right in front of us. And I just think it needs to be looked at closer. I would like to see it tabled until I at least can do more research. I mean, I did this in less than 48 hours. I came back from being out of state, and I have that personal letter from Byrne, God bless her. But I mean, it was like a cut in half. And just sign it, okay, here, what are my rights as a business owner, landowner? I mean, there's a lot more to it. And that's where I'm coming from.
So what happens if you don't receive, you have 12 landowners you mentioned? You have approval of 2?
5.
5, excuse me. So you need 7 more. What happens if you don't receive that approval? I'm sorry?
We haven't talked about that. I think we'll have to look at what the overall effect is.
To the project? I see. Did you have a question?
I have a couple questions. To be clear, there's no expense to the city for this.
Correct.
And what you're trying to do, you're both experts in this, you're trying to protect the properties both upstream and downstream.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and flood hazard mitigation is a really important component of this type of project. And like we talked about before, if the dam stays in place and fails, then that's a significant risk in the future to folks both upstream and downstream of the dam. And by controlled removal, you're really able to mitigate those risks and reduce the risks that would happen with catastrophic failure.
And also, to be clear, the funding that we have to remove the dam is for dam removal. It cannot be, it is in fact for the removal of this dam, but it can't be repurposed for any other.
Councilor Hillgartner, did you have a question?
So, remind me, how much money is this project, costing you guys? How much funding have you put? Because obviously if we don't do this now and it all falls apart and we don't have the grant money, the city may be on the hook for doing this later.
Correct.
How much is it costing?
About $800,000.
So a significant amount of money.
Yes.
Thank you.
Have you actually gone behind my property and looked at the dam? I invite you there tomorrow and tell me where the water's being impeded by a dam, because it's not. It's flowing wickedly nice through there. There's a couple trees that need to be taken out. Unless it's past my building and I can't see. No, unless it's past my building.
So are you available tomorrow? Well, I heard Mr. Ruthier, Councilor Ruthier, invite you to his property to visit.
You'll probably find some photos.
I'd encourage.
Because I also have, I lose these proxy.
I'm not done. I'd
I'm sorry.
encourage both of you to visit, like you said.
I did in fact offer Don to visit. I cannot do that tomorrow.
Okay.
But I could
But the
do
two
it-
of you will commit to set up an appointment so that you can address not only his concerns, but you've got 5 other landowners that you need permission from?
7.
Have you, 7? Thank you. Have you, and in terms of the resistance, what is the, do you know what the level of resistance is, or?
I don't know that there is resistance. I just, we haven't connected with them yet. So in one case, obviously, the hotel is now owned by Down Street. They're happy to sign the form. That's not a problem for that property. The one complicating thing for Down Street is that there is weirdness in the parcel map. And so there is a small parcel along the river it runs along the river at the base of the Gagne property at the corner of Cherry Street and Pond Street. And it's shown in the city records as owned by Krishna. And Krishna is who did own the hotel. And so it seems like maybe it got orphaned in the transfer, or maybe the parcel map just didn't get updated, but it's not clear whether Down Street actually owns the Krishna parcel, or whoever Krishna LLC is still owns that piece. So we have to get that sorted out. And then, so that's 2. And then Illuzi, who owns the place next to Ruthier, is in Brattleboro, and we just don't have.
I spoke to him, like I said, he gave me his proxy, he's no way he's signing. I'm just, well, again, that's legally, I guess that's between you and him, but he told me tonight to speak for him, and,
Well, we'll make contact with him. And then Seth Tucker, of course, has passed away, and his estate is not settled yet, so,
Right.
yeah, we have to figure out who would be authorized to sign on behalf of the estate. And then Mr. Garish, we haven't talked with yet, and Mr. Ristelli, who's on
Mr. Ristelli has to speak.
the call, so.
He doesn't know how to raise his hand, but he
Oh.
put it in the chat.
Mr. Rosselli, did you want to speak, sir? You didn't have your hand raised, didn't mean to ignore you. Oh, there you go, you're good.
Yes.
Anyway, they did contact me, and I would like to have my property protected. So I have submitted the form, but I still have concerns over this project because my point towards the city of Barre is one of the highest, steepest parts above the river, which was filled years ago when the house moved off of Main Street and was brought down to the end of Cherry Street and the corner of Pond Street. And beneath my property are tons and tons and tons of heavy granite boulders, blocks, and grout. And there's so much weight up here. My concern is the velocity of the water, and I'm not so sure riprap is going to cover it. You know, with that added velocity, I see all of this possibility of really needing some substantial rocks put into the base, and also the possibility of when they start digging around there, that all of that weight could come down the sheer cliff. And another question I have actually for the city of Barre is, how is this increased velocity going to affect flooding into the downtown?
I can answer that.
Yeah, go for it.
So the velocity will increase up in the reach that is upstream of the dam currently. The velocity will be greater than it is now, but downstream it won't change because downstream is already at a steeper slope, and so say it's going 20 miles an hour downstream, but the dam is causing the upstream area to be flatter, and so the water doesn't move as fast in that flatter area. And when we take the dam down, that will then be at a slope that matches with the downstream area. And so the whole section of river will go at the same speed in the future, which
Well,
is fast.
what I would like to see done up at my property is to have somebody come up and do a study of the amount of weight that I have that's going to be bearing down onto the riverbed if anything happens. Because if you ever gone up to Websterville, you see what those blocks of granite are. There's a tremendous amount of weight below my house.
Is that something you could,
We have visited Mr. Rostelli's house with Jessica Luizos from SLR and had a look at that situation.
so, and I'm just, if I get this wrong, Mr. Rostelli, let me know. But what I heard is concerned to be that as you start to excavate the riverbed to remove the sediment and then install the armoring along the bank, he's concerned that just the sheer weight
Yeah,
of
there's,
boulders above the riverbed would.
yes, the weight that's going to
some
bear
sort of
down
collapse.
onto that project while they're working there. But also, riprap, I think they're going to need something really substantial to consider holding back all of that weight above that as the velocity increases.
We're not going to dig under your parcel. We're just going to angle it down to the stream bed. So we're not going to be creating a gap into which the weight of your parcel might fall. We're just digging the sediment from the stream bank and leaving an angle at the base of your parcel.
So you're adding weight at the base
Right,
as opposed to removing it.
correct.
Yeah, the
But
existing.
they're going to be substantial blocks of granite. They're not going to be granite pieces that are 3 or 4 feet in diameter. These are going to be substantial boulders.
That are going to be
The
installed.
armoring. I think Mr. Roselli's asking specifically about the type of armoring that's used, whether diameter, weight, if you could
Yeah.
just describe that.
It's VTrans Type 4, which is the appropriate size for the predicted velocities. And I think we talked about before,
Right,
about
but-
2 to 3 foot size range. But it'll be grouted and attached to the bedrock where there's bedrock with rebar.
You know, your drawing didn't show my gazebo, which is only about 4 feet away from that sheer cliff. So any settlement of any kind is going to make that fail.
I have the same concerns.
We don't plan to disturb the slope or touch the slope at all. We do plan to armor the toe of the slope to protect that from any sort of erosion at the toe. The slope itself won't be touched during construction.
Yeah, I'm going to get to you in just a minute. I wanted a layman's answer, really just out of curiosity for myself. So you were describing the type of riprap. You spoke in scientific terms. So what would it look like, a piece of this riprap? Would it be 2 feet in diameter? Would it be a foot in diameter? Would it be, okay, you're not using your words.
Free.
Yeah, it's free. It's often a little bit varied. You know, there's a minimum, like
Sure.
it can't be smaller than X, and it kind of goes up to, I think 5 feet is typically the upper end of the range, so.
But they're substantial, very substantial. So they're 2 to 5 feet in diameter.
Two
Yeah.
on average, up to about 5 feet, and
Sure.
down to, I think, maybe 1.5 or so at minimum. This is
Hannah, did you have
estimated.
I'm sorry. Hannah, did you have a question or a comment?
Hi, thank you. Yes. So I completely understand the Pond Street homeowners' concerns for all of this, but I think the bigger picture is that this is part of our flood remediation efforts that everyone in the city has been so vested in the last few years. And this dam wasn't just randomly picked. I mean, it's, from what I've heard, it's been inspected as poor, which means it's not in good shape. So it's more, when will it fail, not if it fails. And so I really think this is such a wonderful opportunity to get ahead of the crisis, because here we have these professionals who have collaborated with numerous organizations, gotten all the permits, have the money and the expertise, and are willing to help us out with this, and are going the extra mile to include the homeowners, provide as much information as possible. I mean, is anything perfect? No, but I really think this is such a wonderful opportunity. And I completely understand the gazebo and the land, but I mean, we all bought our properties as is to start with. And I think the Friends really is doing an amazing job working with all that. And yeah, $800,000. I am more than happy to have someone else foot that for us when it can be, in a controlled condition. So I would really hope, yes, that the homeowners and my council people will rethink this for the greater good. And yeah, work with the Friends, because I think this is really good for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
I have one question I have is, to be clear, the agenda item is, this is an update. You're not here to look for approval. You're just trying to give us an update. You need approval from homeowners, property owners. I was there when Michelle and Jess came to meet with Mr. Roselli and Mr. Ganu, and Jess was very clear that her job as an engineer is to say that she has to put her stamp on that and say, I believe this is a sound plan and that this is going to work and your home will be okay. That's her job. Like, that's what she has gone to school to do. And so I don't think people do that lightly. So I just would say, like, I know we're worried as homeowners, and it's scary and a little bit overwhelming. And at the same time, that's why we have the experts doing this work and telling us that, this is going to be the best path forward. And it's hard sometimes to trust that. But I think I would encourage everyone to, if they have questions, to reach out to the experts who are here and have those conversations with them, because we obviously on council are not the experts.
Yeah.
And what Sonia just said, yeah, well, that's all fine and dandy, you can say that. I've heard doctors tell people that you're going to be fine and they die. I mean, because they're professionals doesn't mean it's going to work. There's so many things that could happen. What happens if it doesn't work? Who pays for it? If it needs repair, who pays the cost? Is there a restoration plan if the work causes unattended damages? I mean, I'd like to see a copy of the complete contract. Most businesses, not that I am in any way asking this, but when they do this kind of work, there's always compensation headed back to the businesses. I didn't say anything on that, not that I think it should be, but there's so many other things that I did not see that I'd like to see. And I tell you, if you answered all my questions from legal to ones that I think may or may not happen, and I probably would, sign off. But when I just, I guess I should have probably looked into this earlier. And I didn't want to come here tonight as the owner of Gurnett City Real Estate. I want to come here as the counsel for North End, because all this money can be used elsewhere a lot better. North Barre needs all this, what you're saying, a lot more than it does up on the south end of Barre.
So, yes.
I just want to add, first of all, thank you for choosing to do these projects in Barre with us. The Friends of the Winooski has been a tremendously valuable partner on a lot of projects. And I know you, Michelle, personally have answered a lot of my emails over the last couple of years. And I do want to point out that they are doing significant work in the North End as well. And we would love to talk about that as an update in the future. I don't even know how many hours and hours and hours of meetings in which we have discussed river access and flood remediation in the North End and the Winooski in the North End. So that is absolutely work. It is not the topic of this update tonight, but it can be in the future. And thank you for doing this work.
Did you have a question, comment?
I have a comment. I just want to point out that in a sense, Councilor Ruthier, what the Friends of the Winooski are doing is they're giving us a gift. It's a specific gift. It's the $800,000 is granted for removing this particular dam and doing this project. it isn't something that we can say, well, we don't want that, we want it somewhere else.
I understand that.
So I think the choice is actually down to, from a property owner's perspective, do we do this? Do I sign off and let them protect my property and make this change? Or do I not? And if I don't, do I realize that I'm essentially hamstringing the project, and because the dam is in bad condition, it's going to fail in a catastrophic way, which will be worse for you and every other property owner in that place. So
I don't agree with the term dam, because
Okay.
water flows really well.
Well, it might. It's been there for a long time.
Yeah.
it's been there.
It might not. We don't know.
Yep.
Did you have a comment or a question?
Yeah, I just had a question.
Come up to the mics.
Thinking about-
Yeah. Yeah, if you just stand in close proximity, you have to do the crouching thing either. You can-
Like thinking about the north end and just like Barre City, like the lower parts in general, if there was a failure, do we know if that sediment would then impact? So I think that that's another way to look at it, is if we did have a failure, that could potentially have huge impacts on the north end. When you talk about 1,000 dump trucks of sediment coming down into the city. So I just, again, I think that's something to think about. But it does make sense to answer everybody's questions and work with them and figure it all out. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I want to thank,
One last point on the
Sure,
question of dam
yeah.
failure. We don't know whether it will fail or not, but we do know that in '23, at least 6 dams in our watershed failed, and the results were gruesome, so.
So first of all, I want to
Can happen.
thank the two of you for coming. I want to thank everyone who participated in the discussion. I thought this one was going to go sideways. I got to be honest with you. I've been doing this for a while, and I'm like, okay, this is going sideways about any minute, and it didn't. So thank you all for that. I mean, what I'm hearing is, I'm hearing about a great project, but I'm hearing also from property owners who have questions, and they have concerns. And where folks have questions and concerns, it's our job in government to listen and to answer their questions. And while you can run circles around most people when it comes to the science behind this, they can't. And so, like me, they need simple preschool answers. They're 5 feet in diameter, Tom, 2 to 5 feet in diameter, actually. And then that helps me visualize. So, listen, I have faith that the two of you will do the right thing. And I know you've already been in contact with Mr. Ristelli, and but he has more concerns that he'd like to talk to you about. And Mr. Ruthier has concerns as well. And I suspect the Krista thing, I mean, my mind was going, I almost asked Nicholas to jump on the Barre City land records. Just skip back, if you want the answer to the question, just skip back one deed. Because someone would have deeded both properties to Krishna, they would have deeded both properties to the current owners.
And they
So
just redid
I
that
just skipped it
property
back.
as far as the lines, that might help you out.
Amy, did you have a question or a comment?
I was just going to mention the Vermont DEC has a website. You can search for Vermont Dam Inventory, and it has the state dam inspection reports. They're publicly available. There's kind of a brief one from 2023, and there's a 3-page report with a little more detail from 2007, in case that might help homeowners.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you again.
Yeah, and that's,
We'll be seeing more of you, I'm sure.
that's why we came to give you both the lay person language and the technical person language, so that you all are equipped to speak well to the project.
And
Thank you very
we
much.
appreciate both.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, council, we're at item 8C on the agenda. This is a discussion or approval to use the fund balance and Civic Center Improvement Fund resources for the auditorium upgrade project. You had a fairly thorough briefing in your packet. Mr. Baker is here, as is the manager. Fire away.
Thank you, council. The memo included the key points here, which is that we've been really excited about doing this auditorium renovation project. This dates back to 2022 when we received a congressionally directed, or CDS grant sponsored by Senator Sanders in the amount of right around $3.5 million. In 2024, we received an additional grant, $250,000 from the Municipal Energy Resiliency Program. That was to support these efforts at the auditorium as well. The project has been delayed for some time because of the 23-24 floods, but we are very excited to see the progress in the last couple months. We have contracted with Freeman French Freeman and ReArch on a design-build basis to complete the project. And so we're getting right to the heart of it. The project was, the key elements of the projects were upgrades to the lighting, electrical systems, modernizing the HVAC systems, and expanding ADA accessibility. And we have, we've now got, they've put pen to paper, and we have the actual numbers. And the reason we're here today is because we have a gap, which is attributable to the fact that this was an ambitious scope, and also to the fact that construction costs are up. And so we have a gap, but we also have a proposed solution. So I'll run down the numbers, and Tom and I can answer questions. The project estimate total, which is all in, came to about $4.9 million. That was all inclusive, as I mentioned, full scope, which included some nice to haves, like which I'll get to in a little bit, like locker room redesigns and some loading dock changes for event catering. We have, between the Sanders CDS grant and MERP, we have $3.9 million available. So that is around approximately $900,000, almost $1 million gap between what the full project costs and what we have available in funding. We are proposing about $767,000 in scope reductions, and that's really eliminating the locker room redesigns and the loading dock renovations. Those aren't, would they be nice to have? Absolutely. They're not integral in our minds to the extent that the lighting, electrical, HVAC, and ADA are integral, especially since this serves as a regional shelter that we've unfortunately had to use too often in the last couple of years. So the gap, after we look at the cost overrun, subtract the scope reductions, is about $215,000. And our proposed solution for you to consider tonight is to allocate about $135,000 from the Civic Center Improvement Fund, which has a balance of over 200, actually closer to 215, 219. And then using fund balance to cover the rest. Now, just for reference on fund balance, we last talked about this during the budget warning. We now have, the legislature has passed our charter change, which is great news. So now we will, as soon as the governor signs it into law, we will have the ability to hold 10% of our general fund budget in fund balance. That'll be $1.4 million. Above that, we had about $400,000 in change. We used a portion of that for property tax reduction during the budget, and so there is funding available even above our 10% cap that this can support. And that's what we're proposing to use, 80,000 of those funds to fill the gap. We would still have, still a healthy reserve in the Civic Center Improvement Fund. There's probably some additional costs that may come in, maybe some, I know soil testing will come in afterwards. That'll be a small amount. So we have some, we have abilities to cover any smaller changes that comes in, but this really allows us to proceed full speed ahead with this really ambitious scope. And really doing it at a cost to the city of $215,000, right? That's what we'd be putting in, and the 3.9 would be coming from CDS and MERP. So, Tom, is there anything I left out that you would add?
Is that the project total includes $250,000 of MERP money for the City Hall as well.
Oh, right, yeah. There's a separate 250 for City Hall, which that's aligning better budget-wise with what we're doing here, yeah.
This may seem small, but how much more is it to do the lockers? It just seems that would be
$770,000.
Oh, my Lord, really? Okay, answer my question.
Really fancy lockers.
It was an easy line to cut out.
Wow, okay, thank you.
Jeez. Yes.
Question about the locker room upgrades. Were the locker room upgrades part of the, like showers and those kinds of things for the shelter?
No.
No?
These were That was a wish list item from the facilities committee,
Okay,
because we only have 2 locker rooms.
okay.
And during tournaments, you've got teams playing back to back, and then they're basically 2 teams in the same locker room.
Right.
And we need to update for officials changing areas. We need to have 2 of those now because of this.
So when,
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
So is the locker room upgrades, are there showers? Are there things for the emergency shelter?
No, I think it was, the locker room piece was just to add new locker rooms for events like tournaments, so that there would be, so we wouldn't have to share locker rooms when there's 2 high school teams getting, one high school team's playing, so their stuff is in the locker room. The next high school team is going on next, so they're sharing a locker room with a team that's already in there. So it's really to add discernible, differentiated locker room space for multiple teams.
It doesn't have anything to do with our emergency shelter status? Okay, that's fine. My next question is about all the to be determined on the scope requirements sheet that you've included in the packet, which is page 41. And, well, actually 43, it says 41 at the bottom, but it says 43 in my notes. So one of them is ventilation to city hall offices, another, and then it's just hazardous material testing and abatement across the board. Is that where you're suggesting that it might increase because of those things?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, and how much could that increase?
We just got the number Friday for the hazardous material testing. That's going to be another $6,700
Okay,
testing. And then there'll be the abatement after that.
okay, so, and then the ventilation of city hall offices will,
That would be, we can adjust the scope.
Yeah.
if we,
On that.
That's
okay,
one.
those are my questions.
Yeah, so that's one where the city, we're looking at the auditorium as one whole project, which is the 3.9 million, then the city hall is its own project with approximately the 250. If the ventilation comes in egregiously high, we might reduce that scope. If it's something reasonable, that would be something that would be reasonable to come back to and say, hey, this is a decision point. Do we want to allocate additional money, or do we want to cut that out of scope? Now, we'll see what those numbers are. As I said, for the odd, we're getting all this stuff for $215,000, which is a bargain. So it may be the same thing, that if the cost for City Hall comes in at 30, I'm just making up a number, we might be getting all of this work for 30, and it might be worth throwing some money at it. But-
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Ruthier.
Mine was kind of what Counselor Spalding asked. So the locker room, I guess we're using it so much now as emergency shelter. So the locker room, so to speak, is adequate for them, correct? So we don't have to worry about, no, I mean, it had nothing to do with the scope of fixing it, because it wasn't, because, I mean, there's a lot of people that are in need when it goes up there. They should have the adequate.
I can address that. The shelter space that's used is the main floor. They don't,
Okay,
they
so
don't, they use the main floor, and that the basement floor is the first space that's used. The overrun space goes to the gym floor if we need it. We needed it very briefly, I think, in the 23 flood. But the basement holds close to 300, I believe is the shelter capacity, just under 300. So we very rarely spill out above that space.
Okay. Councilor Gus?
First of all, I want to say that the layout drawings absolutely delighted me, so thank you for including them. I genuinely enjoyed scoping out every little corner and seeing all the cool things that are going to come to the auditorium, which I've said publicly before, and I will say again, is my favorite building in the whole city of Barre. I think it's a treasure. So that level of excitement in me, which I hope others share, I want to find ways to talk about this more with the public, because I know I've heard from a lot of constituents that they love the Odd too. It's a beloved building across Vermont because of all the basketball teams and tournaments that play there. So I would love to find ways for us to share this out. If there are any concept drawings of what the cool new kitchen and catering space is going to look like, that kind of thing, I think would be really
I've shared
fun.
with you all the drawings I have.
Okay. It would be fun if we could ask nicely if the company could do some things. I don't know. I just want to find ways to generate. I mean, this is a huge investment in the city of Barre, and I would love to find ways to brag about it.
think we had some in our packet.
Yeah.
There were some.
I want like.
You want elevation.
You're looking for
I want-
concept drawing.
We didn't,
Yes.
yeah, I don't think we actually did 3D.
I want to be able, yes, I want to be able to imagine what the kitchen, I am not good at spatially visualizing things, so these are fun to look at, but I want to like show off what the cool new kitchen's going.
No, listen, I don't disagree, but we're already talking about budget reductions.
Yeah.
And
That's why I said
3D, these are construction drawings that obviously the companies use to bid the project and build the project. Do we have all of the construction drawings?
Yeah, not yet.
Okay, well, it's fair to ask the
Final-
contractor, do we have?
Documents should be ready in a week and a half or so.
Yep.
Turn them over to USDA for approval somewhere around the 17th or so.
Yeah.
It'd be a nice thing to market, like you're saying at the end. Everybody, well, look at all the shows used to be there.
Yeah.
Sportsman, home show, everything. So if you could market that, look at new improved auditorium.
And I'd encourage, I know Councilor Bergeron, that building's near and dear to your heart. I'd encourage the committee to keep thinking of creative ways, whether it's through bonding, whether it's through additional revenue, ways that, I mean, obviously, I'm thrilled to get, excuse me, these other things done. I'm pretty disappointed to lose the locker rooms because that's, obviously, the lack of adequate HVAC is why we don't get or have lost quite a few shows, you know that. But we've also heard from the tournament committee that they would love some, additional locker rooms as well. So we sort of have to keep our customers happy. So I'd encourage them to try to find a way maybe to work this back into the budget somehow. Yes.
The other thing is, what's this doing to us time-wise? We were scheduled to start April 1st.
We blocked off the building at that time. We're running as quick as we can with the contractors. Right now, the longest lead time we have are the new boilers. They're at 12 weeks. Initially, we came here to get permission to buy the boilers, get the money. So if USDA gives us permission to buy the boilers before they approve the project, I am not real confident that we will get that. So we have to wait until after that. And now that puts us somewhere around probably the 15th of November. The boilers being in. So
It's tight. Yeah.
You think?
But well needed.
The other thing is that, talking about the locker rooms, that was driven basically from the VPA, Vermont
Right.
Principals Association, because, we run 3 nights during the week and Saturday for 2 weeks in a row. You've got all these teams coming in, and now, from what I'm hearing through the tournament committee, is we're trying to get the state wrestling tournaments there every year now, instead of switching from, one school to another. Let me talk to my comrades at the tournament committee and see what we can do. Maybe we could throw some money in a pot and maybe start a funding program, and so we can get those locker
the
rooms.
good news about it is the locker rooms are contained in one portion of the building.
Right.
We can do that work while keeping the rest of the building open at a later date. That's the best part about taking them out now. Everything else in the building gets done completely, and we can work on that at another time. And we also have a rough idea what it's going to cost us.
Right. Tess, did you have a question or a comment?
No, just a comment.
You gotta come up, Tess.
Awesome.
You gotta come up.
One sentence. Awesome opportunity for naming opportunities.
Yeah. That, so if you were my general contractor telling me what you just told me, I would slap you right in the head. I mean, 12-week lead time, as anyone, certainly Councilor Spalding knows through her company, 12-week lead time easily turns into 14. That puts you beginning of December. I mean, so whatever help you need, if I can do anything, if I can call anyone, because that is, like I said, if you were my general contractor giving me that news, I would say no. No, we're not going to depend on that schedule. We can't, that's the boilers coming in, and these aren't the boilers, as you know, that you install in your home. They come in many pieces. They have to be assembled. That's really some concerning news. So if there's anything that I can do or anyone I can call, Councilor Gusson?
May I just ask a brief follow-up on that? 12 weeks from now?
From the date we order it.
They're ordered.
And you said the approval for the order is going in?
USD has told us between 2 weeks and 4 weeks for.
Okay, so we're looking more like.
It's looking like
4 months.
September.
15 weeks now.
Right,
okay,
but
math.
you've got to install them.
October.
And assemble them, and.
Yes.
So you'd be looking at roughly November 15th till they were operational.
Yeah, that's a little late in the year.
And something comes broken or doesn't come correctly. And it's November 15th, and we've put $4 million into the auditorium, and guess what? It's 20 degrees.
Yes.
Yeah, let me know, seriously, however I can help.
The other side
if
of the
there's.
coin is the money for that, the Sanders grant, is good until 27.
Right.
The end of 27 is when they would like to have it done. We have till the end of 29 to actually spend all the money.
Correct.
So if the boilers don't come in time, we can do them in the spring. And that's work that we can do while the building is open.
So they don't have to decommission the
Well,
old.
they would have to decommission them, but we'll see what happens.
If I'm right, there's only one that's running.
There's only one that's running right now,
Yeah.
since I got here.
Okay, well.
This is just sounding better and better.
We will have the heat pumps to provide a little bit of heating. So, but it won't work in.
Well, like I said, if there's anything I can do to help you, any calls I can make, just let me know. Anything else, council? Any other questions? Okay.
I'm excited though.
Thank you very much.
We need to
Council-
approve it.
I'm sorry?
Need a vote, yeah.
We need an approval.
Oh, I'm sorry, we do. We need to approve the.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion is presented, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And those opposed, motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Council, we're at item 8D on the agenda. This is a report on the 25-26 winter warming shelter and emergency cold weather overnight shelter. Folks, how are you?
That was a great damn discussion.
Here we go.
Oh, man.
I've been waiting to say that.
I'm Tess Taylor, and I am the Homelessness and Housing Liaison for the City of Barre.
Good evening, and Earl Cooper Camp. I'm the pastor of the Church of the Good Shepherd. And I think at this point I might be the senior pastor in Barre.
Maybe in Vermont.
Yeah, who knows? Been around for too long.
So anyway, here we are, our second time that we're able to make this presentation. We did it last year, and so thank you for having us back again, and thank you for supporting this. Okay, where do we go next? So the background, probably most know this, but in January 24, the city first put $6,000 in the annual budget to fund staffing and expenses to provide a warming center, and it was almost assumed that it was going to be at the library again. And the library said they didn't want to do that. So we put together a team, Kristen Bauman, Brooke Pouliot, and myself, putting together meetings of service providers and church goers from 5 different churches and in the community to talk about like how we were going to solve that issue. And also around the same time, the Barre Congregational Church convened a community meeting with concerns about safety and homelessness, attended by mayor here and law enforcement, city council members, and concerned neighbors, mostly to talk about the park and the issues around that. So, so having these meetings with the church community and the service providers at that time, we were able to make the center, we were able to solidify that it was going to be at the Church of Good Shepherd, that it was going to be volunteers from members of the other churches and community, and then and we would be open till 10, and the library then changed their hours from being open at 11 to being open at 10. So it was a really nice, smooth transition for those really cold days. And where are we? So we've opened again in November, and we had a lot of the same volunteers came back, plus new ones, to work on this. And we had a staff person, and it was really just a really well-run center this year. And I like this, that a few men who were cooks in a previous life came together to serve a full hot breakfast every Monday morning, and they're still doing it. So even though we have shut down for the season, every Monday morning, everybody is invited to come down and have eggs and cheese, beautiful eggs over, well, they're usually over kind of hard, and homemade potatoes, hash browns, and sausage and coffee and baked goods. So it's really cool. And now other churches are starting to do that again, which is how it looked before the pandemic, where every morning a church took a breakfast. And so that whole feeling of, people getting to know people, people caring about people. And I would say that, the biggest difference is now service providers are regularly coming to these breakfasts and to the warming center, so that when people have questions from, somebody's there from Turning Point, or there's somebody there from Capstone, or there's somebody, we just are having that kind of back and forth. And people from the community are getting to understand what the services look like in action. Very cool. So what do we got next? So the dates of operation this year was the first Monday in November till May 1st, and we were open 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. There was a lot of days where maybe the library was closed because of weather or other incidents. Maybe it was a holiday or something, and people stepped up and made food and volunteered, and we were able to stay open during the day, which during those really cold days, it's very important. So I was really happy about that. And so our stats were 1,800 people visited, or there were 8 visits between November and May, average daily count 14 per day, with as many as 20 to 24 on a given day. All sorts of nice donated food happened, and on Mondays, the full breakfasts were served by volunteers. We had a lot of donated items that people could find: sleeping bags, clothing, socks, lots of socks. Hygiene items, just things that people needed, lots of hand warmers. And I think at this point, I don't know, Earl, if you had any comments, but I did want to talk about one person in particular, just as an example of just how wonderful everybody is and how things can turn somebody's life around. So there was this fellow who, he's an itinerant traveler. He's a war veteran. He saw some pretty awful things, and he had some, I believe he did have some injuries. And he was, since the war and all the stuff in his head, he's been a restless soul, and he's traveled back and forth across the country. Sometimes staying someplace and getting a job for a little bit. And
He visited us back in 2016 for a couple of days, but
yeah.
then,
And we sort of remember him, you know?
Yeah.
And so he would say, well, I'm just passing through. And, but we got to know him because it got colder than even he thought. And so while he was here, he was doing some work on something that we had talked to him about a lot, which is, do you think that you could talk to Veteran Services and maybe do better for yourself than you are right now, the check that you're getting every month? And because it's amazing that he wanted to live like this. He read his books. He harmed no one, did no substances. He was just a guy who had to keep moving. And so while he was in Barre, he took this time to really work with the Veteran Services. And then what he didn't tell us, he took off, and then he went to New York and Massachusetts and Maine. And he stays in touch with me. He sends me messages here and there, and which is really great. Somewhere along the way, about a month and a half later, he wrote and said, well, I'm headed to Oregon. It's the place I always wanted to settle if I could. He said, while I was in Barre working on the veterans benefits, I just got my letter. I'm getting $4,000 a month, and I'm heading out, and I'm heading west. And he's going to put down roots. So it's a wonderful story. Just to know him was great, but to know that he was able to do this and that he thought this is the time to do it. He, trusted us and worked with us, and we worked with him, and he's got this wonderful benefit now. So not every story is happy, but this is kind of the power of what these things do for people, and it's just one of many stories.
and I just want to, again, just like last year, thank you all so much as the city government here in Barre. It is amazing how our community stepped up. Already, we started back in the fall last year, knowing that we'd be doing the warming center with some fundraising concerts. We raised a lot of money like that. We had a lot of great individual and organizational contributions as well. In addition to the grant of $6,000 from the city of Barre, we raised another $9,000, which is just amazing. And, that helped to cover all the costs. Also, this winter, last year, the first year we did it, we stayed open for emergency shelter for 10 nights. This year, we were open for 25 nights. And some of y'all, I know, were there for a good bit of that, which I really appreciate. And we had 60 volunteers altogether helping out over the emergency overnight shelter.
I think we can go, while you're doing that, we can go look at the slide.
In addition to about 20 volunteers who help with the daily warming center. And we did stay open even more than just those morning hours on some of the cold nights, or when we'd have the emergency warming shelter and the temperature still wasn't going to get above single digits during the day. We stayed open holidays, Saturdays, Sundays in between, so that people would have someplace warm to be. Unfortunately, we did have a death from exposure in Barre for the first time since I've been here, Richard Gove, and it was just heartbreaking. I didn't know him well. He's a real quiet guy. He'd come to breakfast pretty regularly. Had just a wonderful little twinkle in his eye, though. We saw him at breakfast that morning, and he knew we were going to be open, but just his judgment wasn't good enough to get indoors, and so it just breaks my heart. We did have a really very moving funeral service for him at Good Shepherd with the family. And that's just tragic. But I think about Richard, because we lost him. But I do think as well, though, about like Jeff and all the others that, who were able to shelter, to keep safe during that bitter cold, those 25 very bitter nights that we had. And your support really, I mean, it's literally life-saving. That's what makes a difference. So thank you so much for that support, and thank you for all you're doing. And thanks to the wider Barre community. It just humbles me to see a community step up so strongly in terms of putting their time in, putting their financial resources in, putting their support and their prayers in. So thank you.
Questions or?
Next one.
Sorry.
There you go.
There we go.
Our
Yeah,
partners.
yeah, we don't do this alone. It takes a village or a city of Barre.
And I think that then we have there's our budget. Good. Could throw in the whatever, $17 or whatever.
We're $19 off. That's good enough.
And then our thanks. And the guests, you know,
It makes such a difference.
yeah, it does make a difference. The back and forth in community. My favorite thing always is when our church ladies, when someone will say, I was coming out of the hardware store and so-and-so walked up and we had a nice little chat. And it would have been a very different story, probably a year or two ago. So creating community, that's what we do.
And just looking ahead slightly, we have already talked, if the summer gets as brutal as the winter, we're ready to open cooling centers as well. Yeah. So I hope we don't have to, but there is that, we'll provide shelter in whatever life-threatening conditions.
Thank you. Questions? Yes.
Well, just a thank you to everyone who made this happen. There were more than a few nights where I set my alarm for 2 a.m. and came down to the overnight shelter, and I never, as Councilor Lergart did as well, I never ever failed to get out of my warm bed and go outside into 10 below for the very short trip downtown to the church. And I never failed to be outside in that cold and think about what if people had to be outside in this. I am so lucky that I went from warm bed to warm church basement to be able to do this. And it just, every single time it hit me very hard. So thank you for doing this.
Yes.
Well, I also want to thank you, and I want to ask, I think it's amazing work that you're doing, and I think you're doing it on a shoestring budget with a lot of volunteers and a lot of community partners, and that's amazing. And so I'm curious if you could wave a magic wand, and I'm not going to go with you could just put everyone in a house, but if you could wave a magic wand and make your program, whatever it is, a little better, what would you wish for? What do you need? What could make it a little bit better?
We put everybody in a house.
Well, right, yes, that's obvious, but
Yeah.
we can't do that necessarily with this magic wand.
One thing that we really found, there are some people with serious needs, substance abuse, psychological, yada, yada. There were a few times where we had to basically have one of our volunteers almost, no other word for it, babysit one of our guests almost overnight. And it's rough. It would be wonderful between Washington County Mental Health, maybe something with CVCH, but to have a psychiatric nurse, psychiatric social worker on call that we could bring in for those really desperate cases because we are the last resort. We're not going to kick anybody out into that weather. So in order to keep them safe, in order to keep the other guests and volunteers safe, that would be one thing that I don't know how, we've yet to figure out the magic wand. That's something I think the state, quite frankly, really needs to step up to do, and maybe have that regionally where there are regional shelters. But if we had a psychiatric nurse, psychiatric social worker, somebody with good training and experience and everything, who could kind of basically isolate and deal with one person who's, going through whatever drugs or mental or whatever.
Yeah, it's true. I actually just today, I read a statistic, and I hadn't seen this one before, but it said that 53% of all homeless individuals have a traumatic brain injury.
I saw that today too.
Yeah. And of those, I don't know, it's something like, it's an astronomical amount of people who are homeless and with a traumatic brain injury that are then beaten or harmed because people don't understand what's going on with them, and it's pretty rough. So yeah, that psychiatric nurse, that kind of support would go miles for helping us.
Thank you.
Yes.
I would mention on the Magic Wand, one issue that we ran into that we did a great job navigating was we did actually try to do this at the auditorium a couple nights, and we found that the auditorium's too big for this, and it's too many places for people to get lost, so it's not a good location for it. The challenge with a place like the church is the state inspections on capacity, and we had many a conversation about some common sense about, is it safer to have maybe one or two people, I'm going to be very careful how I talk about this, one or two people above a capacity, or is it safer to let them sleep outside? And I think luckily we got some common sense through, but it wasn't always easy. So that's something that, again, I think with the state, we can have some understandings earlier in the year so we don't have to scramble every time.
Right.
About, we should probably acknowledge that, for 1 or 2 nights a week or whatever it ends up being, it's probably safer to maybe be a little bit above our capacity in a building than it is to have someone sleep outdoors. And that was not as common sense as we sometimes expected it to be.
Well, we were successful in getting the waivers, but they were not easy.
Yes.
They were not easy, and for our church, they were not easy, and they were daily.
Yes.
We had to go through the process all over again.
That's why Barre Congregational Church stepping up this year, because they've got the fire.
Yes.
And the facility is the best. They have a shower, they have 2 bathrooms, and they have a couple of extra rooms. So if we did have an incident, we would just bring somebody into a separate room and have somebody sit with them so that they could do that. But I will, I hope nobody's listening, but we once or twice we deputized some people to become volunteers so that we could let a couple people more in.
So we have 12 guests and a few more volunteers.
Good for
But
you.
I think getting like a seasonal waiver would help, because that way you don't have to scramble and we can, allow you to make a judgment call. I know that was a struggle, but you handled it very well.
And we also do work with, Montpelier had an emergency shelter as well. So, if it's a couple times we ended up getting some of their people that were overflow. A couple of times we sent people to Montpelier just to even things out. So that works. I mean, if it ever comes down to it, I'm just doing an all-night Bible study, because as long as someone is sitting up with the Bible in front of them and not lying down, that's legal, First Amendment. And if they go into deep meditation, that's fine with me.
That means it worked.
Fantastic. Any questions, council?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, you want to
Okay.
segue right into, well, we may have partially gotten it, but the report, state grant report from the Housing and Homelessness Liaison? Kind of got a little bit of it, but not all of
Yeah,
it.
you did get some of it, and again, thank you, Earl. So you all got my report that I sent to the state for my 2.5 years of being the homelessness and housing liaison. It was really wonderful that we were able to extend it beyond the initial 18 months, and I want you to please acknowledge my frugality, because we had plenty of money, and they said, keep going. So that was great. So I started doing this in November of '23, and after the governor's visit and after the Barre Up a gathering, a community gathering that was pretty amazing. And Nicholas and I were talking, and we fashioned this grant together to talk about, because there was this opportunity with homelessness. And we said that absolutely an issue, absolutely a need. But we also, if we're going to talk about homelessness, we need to talk about housing. If we're going to talk about homelessness and housing in Barre, we also have to talk about flood resiliency, making sure people can stay in their homes or find new places. So that's how we embarked on this work, and it's been a great ride, and I love doing this work. You heard about some of the things that we're doing with sheltering, and also the terrific work we're doing with the service providers and the faith and community and the community at large. People coming to those lunches that I mentioned, I always think, what am I going to talk about this? What are we going to do? And it comes together, and people come away, and it's so exciting. So these lunches are about just discussing issues, or the service providers talking about challenges that they have. Us in the church is talking about challenges we have. And it's just great. We still get at least 25 to 35 people coming to those lunches. They're usually about every other month, but we were able through the grant to provide lunch. So that's kind of nice. Earl's wife Elizabeth and I always bake so that everybody has something sweet, so it creates that nice convivial atmosphere that we can talk. But also we started doing a thing that an hour before, the community people, the church people could come and get some kind of a tutorial or a webinar to look at and talk about homelessness. So we've talked about things like what are some of them?
Mental health first aid.
Yeah, mental health, substance abuse 101, learning not just anything except exactly clinically what a drug is, what each drug is, and what it does to the body. And it just makes so much sense, because some of the people were like, oh, that's why she walks like that, or that's why she fell asleep. He fell asleep in the middle, So, but it's like that, ding, 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 and how to conflict, bringing down conflict, and all these different. My favorite one was talking to the housed. I can't remember how it was, what the title was, but basically what it was saying was, how do you talk to people who don't understand or say disparaging things about homeless people, they live in houses, and it was good. It was, a little bit humorous, but it knocked home that, some people have felt this way in a way, and now, they have a different feeling about it. So, I just like to keep that going as long as possible, because it really feeds a lot of the work of now, we created the Unhoused Community Committee, which they'd like to change the name. But which is our council committee. And so then we talk about their work and inform them for their work, what they want to do in their committee. So it's just, so that's just a little bit more of stuff around homelessness. Housing, I had been the All In for Barre Housing Task Force. I had been on that committee, and I think I wasn't the chair yet, but I became the chair of that committee. And that's, that's been really great work. We've kind of fallen off a little bit, but we're calling back now. So that's where we reviewed the infill study, which is now the work is, now we figured out what we want, how we want to start going forward and doing some outreach, doing some education, and then doing some actual, can we get people to, if they want to do an ADU, if they want to do, build something more on their property, they want to subdivide their properties. I think some people don't know that they're sitting on 3 properties because it's deeded as one, but it's really, could be 2 or 3.
Revolving loan fund.
Yeah, and we did the revolving loan fund, that came out of that committee that the city sanctioned, and I believe that needs a lot more outreach if we're going to continue using it that way, but I'm glad we've got this money sequestered that it could be used for housing in some way. What's really nice about that committee is that we've got council members, we've got realtors, we've got, property owners, we've got Down Street and Capstone and Washington County Mental Health. We've got a good 360 of people that are talking about things from different angles. So we really want to continue that. And then, I don't know if there was any questions about what I wrote. I already presented on the situation table, but I don't know if that's been moving right along. We do still meet every Wednesday, and I'm so amazed when that room gets filled up with people who really do want to be there and talk about situations that are in our community. They're not all in Barre, but it does kind of spill over in some of the work that's being done and how things could be handled better, differently. So I won't take time with that because I think I just presented on that not too long ago. But, I just want to say this job is, it's kind of become a thing of, I do this work, but it's like I'm a representative for Barre in so many different places, and it's gotten us access into meetings and with organizations that we don't often do. And I think that it's been really important to have the city of Barre sitting at the table and advocating for us and talking about what our particular things are, because we're not Montpelier and we're not Berlin, but those places might be in the room, and making sure people always understand, we're good, we're strong, we're all these things, but we still, we want to be recognized, respected, and so that makes me feel really good. And the other thing that's really made clear too is I feel like I've been the eyes and ears of our city manager. I have substituted when he couldn't go to a meeting. I've gone to meetings about lots of different things and reported back, and I do bring information back to him that is, can be really helpful and in the running of the city. And also, I feel like I'm an ambassador. Like I really, I just really think that Barre is in such a good place now with the personnel that we have. And I can be out there and talking about, well, if you've got a complaint about that, that's, I understand your complaint, but I really want you to know what I see. And, whether it's our law enforcement, our emergency services, or our department heads, I'm just really, I've loved living here since the day I interviewed for a job here in 2001, and so I'm really grateful for this opportunity to be doing this work. And going forward, there's still lots to do. There's lots to do to keep everything humming that we talked about. I know they're going to be giving us more work with the public safety, what is it? The enhancement team. The PSET, which is part of it, is the situation table, but the situation table is only part of it. So I think that there's going to be more work there. Every other community started with this, at the other end of a spectrum of all the work that they're doing for PSET, Brattleboro, Burlington, And we started at this end with the situation table, and we're kind of working backwards. So, so that's why I think there's going to be a lot of work. Would love to help start up ward meetings. I think that I can help with that, with the, my skills to convene. And I outreach for a lot of things around the city. Outreach for the home improvement revolving loan fund that we have. Just more outreach for the things that are possible for people in Barre and what they can think about the infill. And let's see, Good Samaritan Haven is going to be trying to move from Seminary Street over to Jefferson Street. There's going to be a lot of things that is going to be involved with the city, and I'd like to be helpful as a liaison with that, if that's a desire. And also, I've been looking at the All In for Barre and the Barre Up community meeting, like all these incredible notes that were taken. And there were some really good ideas. We wanted to go forward with 3 initiatives, which was the rivers and housing and a community center. But there were so many more good ideas there. So I would love to mine that and help maybe get some other initiatives going so that we can be proud. So that's all I have.
Questions? Thank you. Yes, I'm sorry.
For the manager, actually, what is the status of our request to the legislature for funding to continue this?
Thank you for, I was gonna mention that. So there was funding included in the state budget. I don't have the full amount. It was one lump sum. It wasn't specifically allocated by municipality, but Maggie is working on us on the process to access it, so we should be well positioned to claim some of that funding. It's not bulleted it out to Barre City, but there's funding that is available to support Tessa's position, and we'll be absolutely aggressively seeking it once we have the directions for how to go after it. So, yeah.
Yes.
This isn't necessarily a question for you, but maybe it's a bigger discussion for the council. But I think about that revolving loan fund, and I don't think it's been very well used at all. I had a conversation with Councilor Guston about maybe talking about, we had a conversation about seniors whose homes are, they don't have the extra funds to maintain their homes, and maybe that's some outreach that we could do. But I'm also wondering if we as a council should think about the revolving loan fund and how we're using it in a way that, that email that we got today where the guy got a divorce and then, his car broke down and he didn't have money to fix his car, so he lost his job, and that's how he became homeless.
Right.
He just needed his car to be fixed.
Yeah, $700 would have maybe kept that guy off the street.
Right. So how do we make sure that people who are that close to becoming unhoused can just stay in their house? Because you would have a lot less people showing up at your door if we could keep them in their homes.
It's true, and we had the same discussion, Councilor Guston and I, and also with others. I've had this conversation about, what would be the best way to think about that money. And the first thing is the outreach piece is not, that hasn't been done as well. I thought that was a downstreet thing, but I guess maybe it's a City of Barre thing as well. And I've thought about that too, and I've thought about different things like what more could we use it towards the north end for, helping people with their properties to bring their properties up even more. Some of those properties might be able to bring another apartment online or two. They might just do well with a little sprucing up, and also, with code things. So I think that there's an opportunity there to actually expand the scope and without doing too much bureaucratic moving around. I think you could probably expand the scope, but that would be,
Any other questions? Yes.
I'll embarrass Tess a little bit. It's just, no, I think this grant speaks for itself, the report she did. We are I'm in the enviable position when I go to managers' conferences, people are asking us about the things we're doing. They want to replicate it, and that's really the work that Tessa's doing, and with Earl and so many other people. But I think it's something that we can all be really proud of, that people throughout the state have noticed what we've done, and it's become a model. And the fact that when we were trying to get the money in the legislature, a lot of the pushback was, well, we want other tests in other parts of the state. And so I think that's, in a way, that was why it was hard to get it bulleted out for us, because other people want to replicate this. So just want to recognize that, we are, Tess has been doing some amazing work, and it's being seen and recognized in people around the state. I'm very proud when people ask me at these conferences, like, what are you guys doing? How can we replicate it? And that's a lot of the work you've been leading. And so it's something that we should, admire, and we're lucky to have had for the last couple of years and to continue having.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Mayor, if I may.
Yeah, of course.
I really appreciate this report, but I would really just like more often reporting, just to know more about what's going on. I mean, you say that you're the eyes and the ears of what's going on, but we don't know. And it's hard if you're the eyes and ears, but we're the elected officials, and you're talking to the manager, but the manager is not necessarily, saying, hey, our homelessness liaison is saying this. So just to have more connection with you, who is extremely connected to the community, who we also are very connected to the community, I just feel like there's been a really large disconnect. Like, you're at a lot of our meetings, but I just don't feel that we're getting just as much updated from you as I would like.
I'd happy to come anytime. Yeah. Just let me know. Just send out the invitation, and I'm sure the next manager will, we could work on putting that on the schedule.
Great.
Would just briefly add to that, I would encourage counselors, when the time comes next year, to volunteer for the warming shelters, whether it's the Monday through Friday opportunities or those overnight shelters. You can get a ton of work done from 3 to 7 a.m. Great focus time.
And I'll put in a plug for a certain dish of food that everybody loved, Jeff.
Mac and cheese?
Can you
Jeff. I didn't do it.
He didn't do it.
I don't know.
I know somebody who
He just has connections.
I do breakfasts. I don't do lunches and dinners.
I would just encourage counselors to participate in and support that work, because that's a great way to stay in touch with the work that's being done.
And I think just the way the community has stepped up so much, it's, the work Tess has done, the way that y'all have supported it. I mean, to see so many volunteers, so much financial support, it's been really,
Yeah.
I'm just so deeply grateful.
I know. I had several people who just had their checkbook out, and they said, I usually give this money to X, but I'm going to do it for you guys. Yeah, it's just like, oh, I'm sorry for X. Sorry, not sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, council, we'll move on to item 8F on the agenda. This is the Flood Resiliency Plan Annual Review. Councilor Guston.
Yes, indeed. So briefly, a moment of privilege before I launch into this. On Saturday, we had our Adopt a Drain Mapping Day. Councilor Spalding, Councilor Higladner, Mayor Lozon were all there learning how to map drains, learning what a storm drain was, although I venture you all knew what a storm drain was already, but we taught the group in attendance and sent off, and my email inbox has been dinging constantly since with new drains. So thank you. I discovered a search all and mark as read function. Thank you, everyone, for participating in that. This evening, we are going to be in our annual review of the Flood Resiliency Plan. As you all know, the plan calls for us to review it in its entirety every 6 to 12 months. We are at the 12-month almost exactly, or we will be at the end of the series of conversations. We've been busy doing things, and we haven't necessarily needed to revisit the whole plan. So our goals, thank you. Our goals for this evening are to review the status. I copied this over. Those of you who saw the last update, I copied this format over from the last update. So we're going to do it in sort of the same order and the same pattern with discussion along the way. So Goal number 1, review the status of the plan components, look at each goal that is underneath the plan and sort of review, have we been working on it, have we not been working on it? Review suggested projects for completion or change. If there are any projects that we think can move into the completed or even into the not currently being worked on section, and any projects that we've been working on and we think maybe we need to do something in that line but change the specific objectives underneath it. Review projects to move from future to present. We are keeping around 20, right now there's 21 projects in the sort of main body of this plan. If we move any into completed, which as you'll see in a minute, I have some suggestions for, we will then move projects from a previously brainstormed list of future projects so that we can work on them front and center. And then last but not least, review additions to future projects. And we'll talk about that. We always want to keep adding to the stable of possible things that we can do in the future so that they can be thoroughly considered before they move into the main body of the plan. Thank you. Overall progress, 21 projects outlined in the flood resiliency plan. 2 are potentially completed, and that will be a council decision that I'll review with you in a moment. 10 are what I am describing as substantially underway, and we'll review all of these groups in pieces. 3 have seen some progress. 6 have seen what I characterize as no outward progress, because as I will explain when I get to that slide, we've been doing like the ducks underwater, paddling underwater thing, even though you can't see anything on the surface, whether hasn't been funding that has landed or things like that. There just hasn't been an outward, hey, this thing got accomplished sign yet. All right, completed. One thing I'm very confident is completed, and the manager can speak to this if there's anything to add. We got an update earlier on this, improve emergency access to the public safety building. As you may all remember, the public safety building was isolated due to flooding in 2023, so it was placed as a priority to add a new access road behind the public safety building. For emergency situations. That was scoped out, planned, and has now been completed. I don't know if you want, anything you want to add to that?
No, that's been just, I appreciate the property owner at the top who was very accommodating throughout the entire process and really great to work with.
Great, thank you. So we now have emergency access to the public safety building if Main Street floods, when Main Street floods. Explore strategic riverbed maintenance. This was a goal that we had put on the projects in order to talk about what we mean by sediment removal, by dredging. We've had a number of presentations about this, and I want to characterize that the goal wasn't necessarily to carry this out, because I emphasize Barre City does carry this out on a regular basis. I can let the mayor speak to that, but we do obtain permits to do the work. We heard an update about another situation in which we will be removing sediment from the rivers. So this goal was phrased to sort of discuss it. When is it useful? Why do we do it? When we do it? Where might we look to do it in the future? So we've had a great council presentation from SLR Consulting. I saw a number of other councilors at the stream table presentation the other week, which I thought was a ton of fun, just to see the water go through and sort of understand, like, we remove things, here's when we remove them, and why they remove them. And the city has, in the last year, pulled some permits to do work around bridge abutments for that sediment removal. Anything you want to?
No, I think that covered it.
So I am proposing those two to sort of move into the completed, and we can do anything we want with this plan, so we can always pull them back out. Like if the road gets washed out, we can say we have to do it again, or, okay, I'm sorry. We can say we want to pull it out again, but that is what I'm proposing for completed. I will ask briefly for a council preference. Do you want to go through all of the projects and then sort of discuss the various statuses, or do you want to get to the end and then have a big discussion? Or you have zero preference?
Let's do it in pieces, it's easier to do.
All right, let's do it in pieces. So I have proposed those two goals to move to the completed section of the plan. Is there any feedback or discussion on that action?
Sounds good to me.
Yes.
Yeah, we spoke a few meetings ago about they were gonna start cleaning out the sewer pipes. Has that been started? There's like 150 of them? Remember they're gonna start, that's what they're gonna start cleaning them out because they're all bubbling over?
Yeah, so there's been a variety of work on the stormwater system. The manager can speak to that in more detail. There's a section of the plan that is going to appear under substantially underway that calls for the improvement of the stormwater system, which would include cleaning out not just the storm drains, but also the stormwater system underneath. We've commissioned that study from SLR that's going to look at a portion of the stormwater system in the north end in enormous detail and see what further work needs to be done. So I can let the manager speak to work that is being going on right now.
There's some ongoing maintenance work, but right now the main focus is on summer construction stuff.
Yeah, I know they're busy with the roads, which are really coming together, I will say that, so, okay.
And I will say that my phone has been dinging constantly since Saturday with pictures of people who are out tagging drains and then showing me them all filled up. So I am compiling that into a spreadsheet. This is part of what we wanted with the Adopt a Drain program. I'm compiling that into a spreadsheet with the locations that people are giving me that I'm going to share. I've given people till Friday that I'm going to share with the Director of Public Works and say, these are drains that people have had eyes on, and this is what they look like right now, and some of them are.
Yeah. Can you imagine though, when they start getting cleaned out and then they're referencing to the name that was given, it's gonna be something. People are really gonna start chugging along with that. I think that's a big problem we have in Barre. I keep saying that those drains need to be cleaned. Okay.
Yep. And this is, so we've made, I think, substantial progress on finding the ones that need to be cleaned, making plans for cleaning them, and making plans for upsizing the sections of the system that just aren't adequate to their current. Did you have could you come up and, they can't hear you on the internet if you, sorry.
So how are they gonna clean the rivers out where the storm drains go? Because you gotta get permits and go through the process of doing all that, so that's gonna be a lot longer process.
Yes.
And all of the storm drains go into the rivers.
Yes, all of them do.
It's one of those, what is the plan for that? I mean, you can clean the storm drains, but they're not gonna do anything until you fix the river.
Yeah, so not every storm drain is plugged at the river, some of them are. Not every, so just to every single storm drain in the city of Barre, every time water goes down a storm drain grade, it ends up in the river. That's part of why we're trying to get trash out of them. Not every single outlet is plugged. Do we have a census of how many are plugged?
Yeah, Public Works has an idea of the ones that are higher priority, and some of them require permits, some of them require bigger projects that are bigger scale. Some of them, for example, is the permit we do have for sedimentation removal about Berlin Street Bridge, because that's one that's under the debris when it gets covered. So there's a bunch of different ways. Some of them are bigger projects than others.
So I know that you didn't really about the dam that when they were talking about it. So removing that dam, starting farther away, working your way towards the city, that will help remove some of that going down through.
Presumably, yes. So my understanding of the plan presented earlier was the sediment removal was upstream of the dam?
Yes. And that will help, so when you go to start cleaning downstream, then you won't have as much sediment coming in.
Correct.
Yep, exactly. Yes.
Yep.
Yes. Thank you.
So explore strategic riverbed maintenance. I don't know that that's complete. I mean,
I know, it's a little fuzzy, to be honest.
It's ongoing. I mean, we've had discussions about maintaining the riverbed. I mean, hey, they're dredging the river over here. But every time we bring it up elsewhere, it's a dirty word, but it wasn't tonight. So I think that's an ongoing discussion as far as strategic maintenance of the riverbed as opposed to completed, because it's something that we should be, and we are. Manager just mentioned Berlin Street Bridge. That's not done. It's in the process. So I think, obviously the emergency access, that's completed, but I would say exploring the strategic riverbed maintenance, that's going to be ongoing or substantially underway for a significant period of time.
So I think, if I may, just a brief follow-up question on that, sorry. I think my question would be, for the purposes of the plan, we're going to continue doing riverbed maintenance regardless of the plan, because it's just the operations of the city. My understanding of putting it in the plan was that we wanted for a period of time to really intensively focus on learning about the process. And that's why it was framed as explore. And so I think that's partially why I was thinking propose it for at least moving to completed. We're going to continue doing it in the background. We will continue talking about it and other things. But the period during which we focused on making sure we talked a lot about it, making sure we understood the situations and when it should happen, have we sort of done that? Or I hope I'm making sense.
Yeah, no, my answer is
yourself
I don't feel like we have, because a lot of times we get caught up in the riverbed maintenance, call it dredging, call it whatever you want, but when you use a certain word or when you have a certain audience, it becomes adversarial quickly, as opposed to, can we listen to the science, simply having the questions answered when people say, well, we just heard about the sediment at this dam and the reason for removing it. And any of us who live here could certainly testify to the fact that there is a lot more sediment in the Stevens Branch River than there was in 1940 or whenever that dam was built. And why aren't we removing that? I haven't gotten the answer to that question yet.
I was just going to say that I think that, similar to what Councilor Guston was saying, I think that exploring it in the way that I understood it was that we were exploring that as a strategy to be able to solve some of our needs. And I feel like we have done that, because I think it is being used in the way that it needs to be used because of the scientists. But to the mayor's point, maybe the next step is, how do we make sure that the rest of the community understands what we've found out? Maybe that's the outreach about sediment removal and dredging and, more stream table demonstrations, because I thought that was amazing.
awesome.
But, maybe that's part of what we have to do.
Will you let me put by a stream table on the plan?
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't have any objection to it being moved to the completed, but I'll guarantee you I'll be bringing it up again.
100%. I'm
So-
not for a second suggesting we stop talking about it.
Yeah, so, I'm
gonna
fine with it.
I was just going to suggest for, changing the goal under it to be explore it with community members and not just for council, which is sort of what Councilor Spalding was saying. So,
Yeah.
That would be because it is going to keep coming up. Yep. And so why don't we just change the focus a little bit and make sure that the information gets shared a little more.
I would just ask a final question on, whatever the will of council is, we can change it to sort of continue ongoing outreach, or we can sort of move it to completed, knowing that we're going to have to keep discussing it. If we don't move it to completed, we have an opportunity cost of not moving something else to the main body of the plan, because we're committed to keeping it a manageable number. So
I guess what I would say then is, let's move it to completed and add to the, either ongoing or future projects, something about some more specific outreach to the community.
I think that's a great idea.
I think one of the problems that we keep running into is that we know this stuff, but people don't read our minds. So it's getting the information out, and not everybody, God bless you, who come on Zoom or come in person, but not everybody does. So you have a question?
I actually have an idea that might.
Please.
So one of the things is the storm drains and it's continuous.
Yeah.
What about looking into putting higher storm drains, so you're having a higher runoff, so that you don't, even though you have the flow with the sediment, you can still drain the area?
Yeah. That's a great, thank you. I will make sure. So with that suggestion, with what Councilor Hurlgert was saying, I wonder if maybe we want to move ongoing outreach under another section of the plan, like under the stormwater system upgrades, because a fair chunk of our sediment removal does have to do with the stormwater system at this point.
Yeah.
Amy, did you have a question or a comment?
Yeah, I was going to say, maybe it's that you're just getting stuck on the word completed, because that sounds so final. Like, what if you change the category to completed/ongoing or completed/baseline or something? Because there are going to be things that we never stop doing, but I think the difference is you're not like trying to figure out what to do with Berlin Street after, 2 summers of catastrophic debris. It's, in the same way that says riverbed maintenance, it's more trying to get things into an ongoing, steady process rather than something that needs extra attention. So maybe it's just the word completed sounds too final. So maybe there's a different word for that, completed / baseline or.
Yeah,
completed
I love
ongoing.
ongoing or baseline. I think that's a great suggestion. Thank you.
I'd like to, if I could, put in a request to get a stream table at the Heritage Festival. And I think I've asked for this before, but I think it would be really, I mean, I thought it was really fun, but I'm kind of nerdy like that.
No, it was fun.
And I think it would be really neat to be able to, like, there's so many people and you could just have all these people standing around and someone talking about, this is what happens when we do this and this is what happens when we do this. I think it's an opportunity when people, it's like really low barrier, like you're already there.
Yeah, that's awesome.
If the river access people want to have a table and a stream table thing there, if they want to like organize that, I'll pay for the table.
I think they usually do a booth.
Yeah, they usually do.
Yeah.
All right, cool. All right, thank you, everyone. And thank you, Amy, for the suggestion of the ongoing section, because I want to emphasize we will continue doing this work. It's just a question of the focus on it. All right, our next section, substantially underway. All right. I'm going to roll through these quickly. Communications upgrades, we continue to roll out regroup. Stormwater system upgrades, we've talked briefly about those this evening. We have that in-depth study underway. We have launched the Adopt a Drain program, and we did just get $250,000 through the CDBG-DR program in order to scope out work that comes out of the study. So we are working on the stormwater system upgrades in an ongoing way. Relocate DPW garage out of floodplain. Continued permitting in summer 2026. Planned construction for fall. That's all still accurate. Upgrade Barre Auditorium. We actually got 3 flood resiliency plan updates tonight. There were like 2 snuck in there under the cover of the Barre Auditorium and the dam removal. So you saw we're going to do $3.5 million of upgrade work to the Barre Auditorium. This is in the plan because, as we discussed earlier, it's the emergency shelter for most of Washington County. So that is super exciting. And knock wood, when the boilers get here on time, we will be able to check this off our list. Pursue buyouts for floodplain. The most recent, as of late last week, when I was preparing this, that we have a total of 27 buyouts. 16 of them are closed. 9 of them have been demolished. 8 have been approved by FEMA, but not yet closed. And 3 are waiting for FEMA approval. As I understand, they got stuck in the shutdown. And it's not that we anticipate problems with them, they're just sort of floating out there until FEMA catches up. So those are underway. Prospect Heights development with a grant from the CDBG-DR. The infrastructure is now funded and work continues to scope out what that infrastructure will be. Mary, I didn't know if you wanted to add any briefly to that or, all right.
I'm good.
So that is humming along, and I will remind folks and anyone listening online that this is in there because we have partially defined flood resiliency as housing flexibility. When we lose housing, when we flood, people need another place to move, and also we need housing that is safely out of flood and harm's way. Housing flood mitigation, we have 3 elevation grants that are underway, and we have continued, as we have talked about at council previously, we have continued to apply to funding sources for continued elevation and continued mitigation for folks, upgrades of housing, moving utilities up higher, and things like that. Continued investment in city staff. This was really exciting, actually. We now have a confirmed rec director position. We heard earlier all the great work that she is doing. We heard earlier about the Barre Bees are out and about on their bikes already. And in this most recent budget, we did add that strategic sort of flex position to continue the staff's capacity, especially around the big grants that we know we are going to have to continue scoping out and applying for in order to move our really big projects forward. So I knew this was underway, but not until I started writing everything down did I think we're doing really pretty darn well on that one within a limited and tight budget. Support the River Access Task Force. We have gotten some lovely, and I should update that. They're now the Barre Riveters Collective. We should update the plan to represent that. But we continue to get ongoing updates from them. They continue to do great work. We have gotten, we just continue to find opportunities to support the work that they're doing. The focus on abandoned and derelict structures, the nuisance property ordinance that council passed fall?
Yes.
This fall, has provisions for dealing with abandoned and derelict structures, and it has sort of a series of steps that the city can take to address them and bring them back into line. Again, this is under the housing as flood resiliency question. Any questions about any of these? Amy? Yeah.
Amy?
Can you, I've been doing math for too many hours today. Can you help me with the buyout math? I'm trying to figure out what adds up to what.
16 closed, 11 are pending. Of the 16 that closed, 9 are demolished.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you.
And when he says pending, Amy, 8 are approved by FEMA. And we've got 3 waiting for approval.
Yeah, she's right. There's one floating out there, but we'll go with the managers. We're on our way is the important progress update for this goal.
This is a math thing.
It's the reason I went into history and not math. Any other questions on the substantially underway projects? I think this updates, the story of this overall flood plan update has been, we're doing a ton of work. It's just that the plans that are in the project right now are huge. And we're making just strong progress on really huge plans. But as you can see in this list, we've got some, in the near future, we've got some good completions to knock out. Some progress. Resident education, we have done some workshops and opportunities, not nearly as many as I would like to do. Some of this is capacity, some of, in both sort of resources and financial resources and time resources. But we are doing some. The Adopt a Drain program falls a bit under this. The stream table falls a bit under this. So we are continuing to do education activities, just not as much as I would love to do. Resident-led neighborhood flood knowledge. Adopt a Drain also falls under that. We're making use of people's familiarity with their own streets and their own street corners to understand how water moves through the city. Investigate flood impacts outside city limits. Barre City is taking part in regional conversations. Those of you who are at the stream table presentation, Keith Cubbin from CVRPC gave a great presentation on the River Navigator program, which is coming out of the CDBGDR program and is knitting together quite a few towns in the Winooski River watershed to do broad-based mapping and studying. Barre City is way ahead of the crowd with our previously commissioned studies, but this is going to allow us to link into an entire region's mapping. And we have been having some ongoing conversations about how do we impact water flow, or how do we have conversations about water flow in which we have a stake but no control, which is upstream stuff. And we heard earlier this evening, Investigate Flood Impacts also has the goal of removing dams that are both inside and outside city limits and that pose significant flood hazard because they have been inspected and deemed poor, or they've inspected, in some cases they've been inspected and like, they're not poor, they're not at high risk for failure, but if they failed, it would be so catastrophic. For example, the East Barre Dam is actually in okay shape, but if that fails, I'm not even going to finish that sentence. So making sure that we are up to date on understanding that is part of that goal. Are there any questions on, yes?
It's not a question, it's more of a comment on the Adopt a Drain program and resident-led neighborhood flood knowledge. I think we need to do more outreach. I was walking around mapping the drains and people were looking at me like I was scoping out the neighborhood. So I started to explain to them what I was doing. Yeah. And one of the comments that I got was, why do I have to adopt a drain and clean it out? Isn't that what my taxes go for? So I just want to throw that out there, and I think we need to just do some outreach about that.
Yeah, that's a section of the plan that I would badly like to sort of do better at in the coming months. I had scoped out a whole series of really cool workshops, and we'd started the conversations about them and just had trouble landing them. The last series that we did, we had the great fortune to have a grant from the Vermont Council on Rural Development's Climate Catalyst program, which gave us not a ton of money. It was like $2,000, and it was enough to give every attendee a gift card to Nelson's and to buy food for everyone at them and things like that. And just that little bit gave us the space to plan and gave us the incentives to get people there. And I think that that is going to be our most successful model going forward. But we can't go back to them 2 years in a row, and just sort of ran out of time with everything else going on to find another pot. We did apply to 1 or 2 other pots of funding that didn't come through, but no, would love to do more on it.
I think the thought just came to me for the Adopt a Drain program. I wonder if it's something that we can put in like water bills, or, you know what I mean? Like something, so people, just an informational sheet, not like necessarily like you have to do it, but just sort of like, hey, if you're interested, this is what's going on. And then, because first of all, and this is why we would like you to participate, because you are there every single day versus like someone coming through once a quarter maybe. So.
Well, and that program got started because so many people came up to us on these neighborhood walks we were doing and saying like, this right here, this is my storm drain. I already cleaned it, I've already adopted it, I already consider it mine. So people are, some people feel very strongly they don't want to have anything to do with that, and that's fine, but some people do feel very strongly about their storm drains in their neighborhood, and they like the sort of immediate satisfaction of cleaning it out. And I should add briefly, when we talk about cleaning these storm drains, people are not reaching in the storm drain. We're not encouraging people. We're cleaning off the surface of what collects on the top. We have all seen storm drains on our street just get the tops all clogged up with usually like leaves, right? What they call vegetable debris. And sometimes like a stick that sort of dams it all up there. So that's what we're talking about, and even that little stuff makes a huge difference. The city absolutely does and will continue to go around with the big vector and suck out the debris that you see further down that is clogging up. Any other questions on some progress? Okay, no outward progress. We only had 2 of these last time, and I set my hopes too high. So, all right, no outward progress, ward meetings and street captains. A couple of these are named no outward progress because we have been doing work on them. We just haven't landed anything. We've written 2 different grants to fund a street captain and ward meeting program, and neither of those has been successful. So we continue to fund that. I personally do still continue to believe this is a deeply important goal for overall flood resiliency, and especially in emergency situations. The better neighbors are connected within their neighborhoods, the more flexible they'll be able to respond in emergencies. Resolve the Berlin Street Bridge. We have applied 5. I think we're up to 5 applications to scope out what to do about this. None of them have as yet been successful. And we also, as Amy spoke to earlier, we do still need to fund a deep study on sort of, it says resolve, it does not say remove. Figure out how we can keep that bridge from catching debris, the big debris, right? How we can figure out to keep that from catching it and creating flooding in the north end. And we have applied, as I said, 5 times. We don't have any answers on that yet, unfortunately. The same is true of Resolve Courier Park and Potash Brook, although I'll be bringing an idea to council later this summer about that. We applied to the CDBG-DR program on designing, improving the flow of the Potash Brook through Courier Park. We had a constituent resident come in earlier who pointed out quite correctly to us that it's not just the narrow bounded channel that goes through the Courier Park neighborhood. That's the waterway that goes underneath the massive, massive storm drain that goes under the parking lots on that entire side of Main Street. And backing up contributes significantly to flooding on that side of Main Street. So we've had some good conversations about resolving that, both in the terms of resolving it within the neighborhood and also the hazards of going into that storm drain and how we clear out that storm drain, because as we've discussed, that's another storm drain that has also got significant sediment accumulation in it. But we haven't been able to get the funding to move any of that forward yet. Develop Wabi Park. We've had a lot of really good conversations about this. I guess my brief summary is we haven't yet moved forward on that because it is an interlocking piece of the sort of North End plan. We had some conversations with Down Street about placing housing units on Wabi Park, and then the plan is always to relocate the playground equipment there to another green space within the North End neighborhood. And we've scoped out a couple of different designs for housing units to go there. All have had challenges and drawbacks, and none have had good bites on a developer yet, or funding that would then make them more attractive to a developer. Is that about?
That's true.
Develop North End Master Plan. We have had a number of conversations about this at the council level. We've had some really good conversations with folks in the North End and gotten feedback about that. But what we haven't yet landed on is developing a sort of encompassing plan that would guide us in how we think about the North Plain and how we support development, both of green space and floodplain and of housing and infrastructure in the North End. So this, again, no outward progress is not for lack of conversation, especially around our CDBG-DR applications. We had named a number of things that we saw as important to develop, but has not moved yet. And then additional infill development. Tess briefly updated earlier tonight the results of that citywide survey and what is sort of lacking in that piece. We have a ton of great information. We've had some great meetings with potential small unit developers. What we need is to sort of close that final gap, is to connect the people who might develop small unit housing with the people who have the space to do so, and then pursue that. Any questions on any of these sections? I'm proposing they stay in the plan. I'm just sort of listing their status.
I have one question for Nicholas. I remember, I believe last year we had authorization to get somebody in the confined space of the waterway. Any progress on getting someone in there and what that might look like?
I think they've spent some time in there. I don't have a specific update on what they've done there, but I know they did get authorization to go in and spend some time in there.
Is there any way that we could get just some kind of huge overview? Thank you.
I'd love pictures.
I could care less about pictures.
I
I'm
would
just
love
curious
pictures.
about just any information about it would be better than what we currently have.
Yes.
Judy?
Now that the houses are pretty much gone on Vine Street and Scampini, has there been any more thought about cleaning up the Vine Street playground? The fence is gone. So what are we going to do down there? And how do we let people know that we have these playgrounds in little areas? The only ones people really know about is up at the school and on Matheson.
Yeah, Judy, I don't know necessarily that they're like destination playgrounds. I think they're really targeted for the kids in the immediate neighborhood. So I don't know if we would be able to sort of make them a destination. If people are driving around the city for a playground, they're more likely to go to Playground 2000 or Mathewson or even Garfield. So I don't know that that there's a broader audience than the kids who live sort of within walking or biking distance to it. I know we had, I'll check with the facilities crews. I know they've been working playground to playground, just getting things ready for the spring. So they may just be needing to get there, but they typically do, cleaning of the equipment, the new mulch throughout the season. So I know that it's probably just cyclical and they're just looking to get around to the different sites.
Why I'm saying that is now that the fence is gone and some of those houses are gone, there's room for people to park. So it's more accessible than it has ever been.
Yeah, I agree with that. I would just say that there's not a huge play structure there, and that's just by design of what the playground was. The footprint is quite small. So, and I'm just throwing in my 2 cents as a parent. Like if I was taking my kids to a playground, Playground 2000 has more space for running around. Mathewson has more space for running around. Vine Street has arguably less space for running around. So I think that's why I'm saying it's not sure necessarily even with parking space that it's like a destination. It's still that's not to say it's not a great playground. It's a great neighborhood playground is my opinion of the matter. So I'm not sure even with parking that you're going to get people to make it their number 1 or number 2 or number 3 option if they're driving there.
I do want to add briefly, Judy, too, that with the buyouts on Vine Street and Scampini Square, the Friends of the Winooski River has been doing some really good conversations along with the Barre Rivers Collective about what those spaces could look like going forward. I can't remember if you were there, and I apologize, but I distinctly remember standing right across the street from the Vine Street Playground and sort of having those conversations about what this space could look like. And there's still a lot more information gathering and planning going on in that work, and then seeking funding. We have another grant out that hasn't landed yet that would create floodplain both on both sides of the river in that area, both in the Vine and Scampini, and where Air Auto is right now. And we haven't gotten the funding to do the sort of earth moving work that is necessary for that yet. But I think that the idea is that plan would tie all of those things together.
Councilor Deering, do you have a question or comment?
Or a comment. Judy, I have one opening on the Parks and Rec Advisory Committee and would love for you to join me.
And okay, moving right along.
Thank you, Judy.
Oh, she gave you a laughing
She's
face.
laughing at you. All right. Any further questions on our no outward progress
No.
list? Amy?
Amy, did you have a comment, question?
I'll work on Judy. So part of my stormwater mapping was walking around these streets, including Vine Street. It's really sobering as you walk around and you see where the houses that used to be there are gone. You can start to visualize like reconnection to a floodplain. I mean, it's sad seeing the houses that are there. I know there's a few more houses I think that are scheduled to come down in that area, so it's not done yet. There are also other properties that, for instance, are in foreclosure, and I don't know what's happened with that, but one of them's up for auction later this week. So we have more vacant spaces now. I think it is important to kind of make even an interim plan other than just most of the is gone. There's some basement walls left some places, it's filled in with grass, but to have them be nice places and not become nuisance places, because they could quickly become overgrown or they could be a magnet for troublemakers. So I think kind of out of respect to the people who lost their homes and the damage that was there, it would be nice to have a plan coming up, whether that's connected specifically to the Vine Street Playground, which a couple of the lots are across from that, but that whole area, I think it would be nice to have some kind of plan, and maybe that can be a focus of some of if you do a North End meeting. I know at some of those walking around meetings I was there, and the majority of people who were there were not from the neighborhood. So, which is, it's great that lots of people were there, but some of them were not from Barre at all, and a lot of them were from other wards, and a lot of people talked about how I wouldn't come here because it's scary here. I'd like to have a respectful outcome for those areas where the houses are from.
Amy, thank you so much. Stay tuned for 2 more slides from now, because I'm not going to make you repeat yourself, but what you just said speaks very much to something I want to touch on. Next, I don't know why I doubled this slide, but yeah, it's just doubled. All right. So we had already suggested for move to completion check-in, those other 2. Suggested for change. And I'm just going to skip to the second bullet point of this because this goes to what Amy was just speaking about. Our goal of pursuing buyouts that will lead to floodplain. At this point, our buyout list is set. We have 27 buyouts through FEMA. The door is closed on adding more due to those flooding events, and the others will move through the process or not, as they do, and it sort of is doing itself at this point. So I am raising the question of, should this goal shift slightly? Instead of pursuing buyouts to lead to floodplain, should it read, develop plans for floodplain on buyout sites? Something like that, which speaks to what Amy just said. How do we now take care of these green spaces that have resulted from the buyouts, whether that is a short term, as she said, making sure that they're mowed, making sure that they're sort of kept up, and then a long term, which of them do make sense to remove earth, to lower, to create floodplain, which will require longer term funding. I don't know if anyone has thoughts on making that change or anything like that.
Yes.
I think it's a good idea to make the change, and I also think I met with a constituent in Ward 1 who had a buyout on both sides of her, and I think having some community conversations might be really helpful. So that would be a suggestion, because there might be some, to Amy's point, there might be some suggestions. Yes, it could be floodplain, but what else could you put there? Could you expand the playground? Could you, what could we do to enhance that neighborhood for the people that live there? So.
Yeah, well, and just getting a good, clear handle and being able to share that with folks about legally what can we do there.
Yes.
I've had conversations with folks from other municipalities who are like chasing FEMA pretty hard right now to get some really definitive answers on things they want to do, and will benefit from those conversations as well. Any other feedback on making that shift? All right, sounds like general agreement. I will have some proposed language for council ahead of the next meeting on tweaking that. Moving back up to the first one, continued investment in city staff. I don't know that I have an answer for this, but I pose the question. We've made some really great progress on this. What would this look like going forward besides hiring a new city manager? Should we just keep this on and make this a future conversational piece, like a generally exploratory conversation? Are there areas that folks see as targets already?
Yes.
I don't know who.
Either.
I do wonder whether there might be a place on the city staff for someone whose focus is on addressing, specifically, sort of an ombudsperson thing, where they're specifically dealing with resident issues and communication of what actually is going on out into the wider community. And maybe that would take the form of some, a web presence as well as a physical person in that role who, would be the person, not the city, not the new city manager, but somebody, who's reporting to him or her, and who's also reporting back out to the community and to council.
Councilor Deering,
I honestly lost my train of thought with what I said. But to piggyback on Councilor Hillgardner, the manager Montpelier does a really great weekly put out, just part of their newsletter. It was just really informative and had some nice pictures for my small little brain. So I just thought it was kind of cool. You had mentioned that. So I just, had that piece. And I think we definitely need more out focusing toward our residents. I mean, talking about the assessments and things like that. Just in general, we have a disconnect between our city government and what our residents are saying and doing. We see a lot of that on our social media stuff, but we don't see the room filled. We see the chat rooms filled, we see all the comments, but we can't drag them in here for the life of us. If this was a Facebook group, it would be full of people, but it's council chambers. So how do we get what we're doing here out there and what they're doing into council chambers together?
Free food and booze.
Yes.
I think I know we have a special projects manager, but I think a grant manager, and I know that also comes with grant management people to make sure that you're managing the other end of it, but I think we might benefit from. You remember?
I remember. So I know we had talked about a junior planner position. I know one of the issues we had was underfunding that position, not getting any bites. And then we talked about the long-term outlook on our community and how that not having filled that position has a negative impact on what we're currently doing and how Janet is overburdened currently. So just ideas and things that been kind of brewing.
What I would propose to do is keep the section as named, continued investment in city staff, and I'll gather a couple of these ideas together under the plan, saying we will continue to make investments in city staff for additional capacity. Some suggestions have been, and then when we do a future update, we can look to probably like maybe next winter for this, when we get our new city manager with their feet under them, and start to ask them to think strategically about some of these positions and share our feedback with them. Does that sound like maybe a good progress for this goal?
I'd like to see you include the employees in that as well.
Yeah,
Heavily.
okay.
You know, often the folks who really know what you need are the folks who have their feet on the ground.
Yeah, it's a great idea. Great. All right, last suggestion for change on this section, infill development. I put this in this slide. We've talked about the importance of making sure that Barre City infill development happens, that we continue to sort of build where we already have a density of services in a variety of ways. We have a really cool study and an outreach project that just hasn't been moving a lot for sort of lack of capacity to do that outreach. And this is a pure and open question. I don't really know where I land on this. Do we keep it in the plan because we want to renew our commitment to doing that outreach and to making these things happen? Or is this just not right for focus right now? Does this just move to like, we'll check into it again in the future? Maybe things have shifted. Maybe there's new funding opportunities or new outreach capacity in the future, and then we bring it back into the main body of the plan in the future. So those are the sort of two paths I see as potential for this goal.
Yes.
A question I have, which I'm not sure if it falls under infill development, but this might, I'm not sure if this answers your question, but I got an email today that there's 13 empty apartments at Highgate. And so my question, and I continue to ask because I talk to other people and they say, oh, there's lots of empty apartments in Barre. So my question is not development, but actually utilization of the units we already have. Like, can we focus on that? And I don't know if those apartments at Highgate need, substantial work, and that's why they're empty because, there's holes in the walls and they need a bunch of, I don't know. I don't know what the situation is, but is that like, are those available units that just need to be repaired in some way that could be, we could get them back online? And are there apartments out there that are not being rented because there's not, we need some kind of system in place where there's an organization, there's a master lease where there's an organization like Capstone who would sign the lease for someone who's maybe, coming out of home and being unhoused and, to say, we're going to support this person and help with any tenant landlord relations or whatever. So I just wonder if we could tweak it a little.
Yeah, I'm open to that. I would look for other.
I think Highgate, because it's got bought out, it's not a government entity anymore, that they're stricter on who goes in there, and people are looking at money more than helping. That's just my opinion, but I think that's a big reason why it's a lot harder to get into Highgate than it used to be.
Did you have any thoughts about, sort of with that knowledge that some places have different requirements and different possibilities, about maybe taking some time as a council to focus on how we can match up these things, people who need housing with open rental spaces?
Be good to look at their lease, what their requirements are, and then compare it to other large apartment complexes, so to speak.
Yeah. And
What
Councilor Deering?
I think also one of the other issues that two issues that landlords are having is, one, trying to find people to do repairs and to do cleaning, to turn over. I know Barre Housing's having that issue currently, trying to turn many of the apartments over that they've currently vacated. But also just the impacts of when people damage apartments, when landlords are on the hook for thousands of dollars of damage and the tenant hasn't paid rent in 6 months or however long. So there's also that aspect where the landlords are kind of feeling upset with the circumstances, some of which are out of our control, at the state level. So there's a lot of different pieces, I think, to what's going on. But if we can kind of work together to try to say, if you've got an apartment, let's try to find somebody that can fix it. If you have an apartment that's empty, maybe there's some way that we can find a tenant for you. But with a rental registry, I think that it might be slightly easier to help fix this problem than some other of our communities neighboring that don't have a rental registry.
I'm hearing interest in. Yes, I did have something. I almost lost my train of thought. Yes, what resources do we have as the city and the council? I mean, we have this wonderful homeless, the unhoused community committee. What resources do we have to actually offer sort of partnerships between people who are seeking housing and need some more support to be an attractive looking tenant to a renter? How can we be helpful in that sort of the grout between the boulders of the problems?
We can't. I mean, that's the honest answer to your question. We can't. I mean, you could leave infill development on. First of all of the development that happens in this city, for the most part, is infill development. We have areas up off of Berlin Street where there's a significant amount of land. Obviously, Prospect Heights, where that project is well underway. But most of the development we do is infill development. And having had more than a few meetings this week to talk about housing, the simple fact of the matter is, at $350 a square foot, we're not building anything. We're not building anything what is affordable? Okay, affordable would be the developer makes no money. They don't make a penny. They cover their costs and that's it. That translates to a 2-bedroom apartment being $2,800 a month, if they make no money. Single bedroom apartment would be about $1,800 a month, if they make no money. So it's just the cost. So we could keep focusing on it. I mean, we talk about it weekly. But the simple answer is, until we figure out a way. Now, when you talk about subsidized housing, well, that's a different story. That's relatively easy to develop because subsidized and affordable housing receives tax credits that market rate housing just don't receive. So pretty easy to build affordable housing, but in Vermont, that money is not available to a private developer. It's only available to folks like Downstreet or the Barre Housing Authority, others, and they simply don't have the capacity to do more projects.
It would be available, say, to a municipality if we wanted to do it.
Municipality could. Generally speaking, that's not the role, like even at Prospect Heights. It was our role, we're essentially going to own that development, but we'll own the lots, and it's our intention to sell the lots either at a full or reduced price and let others build homes there. Trust me, we struggle at times with things, and we struggle with staff capacity, rightfully so. Can you imagine if we decided that we were going to build a 30 or 40 unit building? It wouldn't be pretty. So we're better off leaving that to others who know how to do it. And So we could, I mean, we could continue we focus, rather than infill development, I'd just say housing. And it is something that, I mean, I certainly focus on with at least 1 or 2 or 3 meetings on a weekly basis, looking for opportunities. But more and more, it's getting discouraging, because when you talk about market rate housing, a modest 1,500 square foot, 3-bedroom Cape, $450,000. It's beyond discouraging. Yes.
So we had talked a couple years ago, Mr. Mayor, about a program that you had brought up about 5-year freeze. I believe Governor Scott had brought up.
I had pitched that. That was, oh, you mean the property tax thing?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to take, I mean, I've come up, listen, I've put together all kinds of crazy ideas, and one of them was you actually, I mean, if you think about property taxes, you have to pay your property taxes. If you don't, you lose your home. It's as simple as that. So what I came up with is, and the city of Barre gets their property taxes before the banks get their payments, before the IRS gets their taxes. I mean, municipalities are just bulletproof on property taxes. We always come first. So my thought was monetize 10 years worth of property taxes and say to a young couple, if they wanted to build a home, or an older couple or a single, if they wanted to build a home in any municipality, you could reasonably pinpoint what the value of that home was going to be before they even built it. You could say, well, we know it's going to appraise for this. Well, you assess their property taxes, let's say they're $5,000, $6,000, multiply that number by 10, and you hand them a check for 60 grand. They spend the next 2 years now, so there's a catch. And the catch is, and again, because I'm out of ideas, I always started the conversation, whether it's a conversation with the governor or a conversation in the legislature, I would say, if you could make 100 homes fall out of the sky and land all different places in central Vermont, but the catch is, you can't collect property taxes from them for 10 years, would you do it? And universally, everyone said yes. They would be willing to mortgage our future a little bit. Couldn't do 1,000 homes or 2,000 homes. I mean, that would capsize any community. But it's going to take something bold. It's cost. It keeps boiling down to cost. So we could keep infill development. I'd prefer to just say housing, because it's something we need to be focusing on every month.
So the entire section of the plan focuses on, sorry, I'm going to get to the, there it is, the chapter, table of contents, that's the word I'm looking for. Whew. The entire section focuses on housing development and repair. Right now, the sections are Prospect Heights development. So what we have previously done with the flood plan is have the entire section of the plan focus on housing. Because I could not be in more complete agreement. Like, this is a vital piece of our flood resiliency going forward, and it's a vital thing for us as a municipality. So right now, the projects under that are Prospect Heights development, housing redevelopment and flood mitigation upgrades, develop Wabi Park for housing, develop a North End master plan, additional infill development, which is the piece we've been talking about, and focus on abandoned and derelict structures.
Right.
So if we were to transform this goal into something that fed into a broader conversation about housing, some of the ideas I've heard this evening are the property tax incentive program, the idea of using funding for small home repairs to keep seniors in their housing, or to keep people in their housing if they don't have the immediate funds to do that. Those could be grants. I think we heard earlier about the idea of doing outreach around the revolving loan fund, or we could revisit the revolving loan fund in more specifics to see how we can target that more closely. And so while I'm in agreement that housing is 100% a badly overall needed piece, I guess for the purposes of this plan, I'm looking for something a little tighter and a little more specific that we can sort of discuss in project updates.
Yeah, you could leave the infill development. I mean, because pretty much everything we do is infill
Is
development.
infill development.
So we could just leave that.
What if we add the piece of, I'm just speaking purely personally, I do like the idea of quote unquote bringing rental units online and investigating that a little bit. So what if it said infill development and housing density? Or something like that, and that allowed us to sort of do both of those things? Would that feel like a good, okay, I'm gonna add that. I will come up with language that I hope bridges that. Okay. All right. With the idea of moving those two other pieces into the sort of parking lot for future, I pulled 5 things out of the future project list. We have the opportunity to choose 2 of these if we keep the plan at its current number of projects of 21. And they are install a river gauge on the Stevens branch, which you heard Joe Aldsworth make a call for in his work. So we could give him a nice retirement gift with this. Upgrade the windows and doors of City Hall for flood proofing. Upsize the City Hall generator. Are either of those covered under the MERP work?
No, I don't believe so.
I thought we were going to get a nice easy one to check off there.
Upsizing the generator.
That came out of a recommendation in the, I believe it was the after-action report.
Yeah.
After the flooding, because, I don't think it said why in the plan. Is that something you?
I think I have to revisit it, but it did come out of the after action.
I can help you with that.
Sorry.
When we were looking at putting in the new fire alarm, and there's things that generator only covers. It only covers so many rooms in this building and a traffic light out here. It doesn't cover the whole building.
Oh, I get you.
Okay, thank you. So, upsize City Hall generator. We could also, I say, we could combine those two, numbers 2 and 3 there, into an City Hall upgrades section. Explore ordinance around large movable objects in the floodplain. This has come about the suggestion of residents. We all remember the Fritos truck. There were dumpsters that also jumped into the river and clogged other bridges. I have asked for some model language of this from other municipalities. Some places are exploring this. There are some ways to do this. Tying them down doesn't work because you have to pick up. Wow, we're getting late. Thank you. Dumpsters. My brain is like slowly running out. You have to pick up dumpsters in order to empty them. But we could explore that. We could think about that. That would have the sort of downstream, no pun intended, effect of keeping some of those big problems out of the river in the future.
We have those ordinances in place now.
Okay.
I mean, that's why we have fencing around dumpsters. You have to screen them when you install
but
them?
not all. I don't see all of them as screened. Is there
Because
some?
they were grandfathered, they were pre-ordinance,
Okay.
so they weren't necessarily covered. But if you were to build a building and place new dumpsters, you have to screen them and fence them. And part of the reason is when you fence them, they can't escape. If they're not, they'll float.
No,
But
I
unless,
just like the idea of them
if
making
you
a break
have
for it.
an 8-foot fence, I don't think we've ever seen 8-foot floodwaters, so they wouldn't. Well, it's not a contest. And then, propane tanks and other things that.
Those already have to,
The city has actually been very aggressive about making sure that propane tanks are anchored and secured.
Okay. So we may.
Frito trucks.
Then we can't.
I can't help you.
We can't fix that. So we may already. I'll revisit this with the planning director and.
Check in and
Yeah.
see if there's more we should be doing, but
Yeah.
I think we're doing a.
Okay. Well, it sounds like maybe this isn't a good one to move forward, and I will revisit this with the planning director and see if she sees any holes going forward. All right, last one. Rework Gunners Brook debris catcher, improve floodplain for protection of Maple Ave. This goal has the benefit of already being underway. We have received funding for it through CDBG-DR and a CDS through Senator Welch.
Yes.
office. And as a reminder, this is to move it's a big like U-shaped debris catcher right now. We talked about staggering it so it doesn't create the dam effect again. This would also include making floodplain out of the buyout spots on Harrington and some others around Brook Street. And also creating a sort of flood wall at the end of where Harrington will now end. This work is already scoped out, it is funded, it is not completed, so putting this in the plan would let us get regular updates on it and then celebrate when it's done. So, does anyone have any thoughts on which ones they would like to move forward?
Well, I think you should definitely do the last one because that's easy.
Yeah.
I did want to throw a nice gimme on there. Okay. Gunner's Brook.
River gauge, for sure.
Brook and River Gauge. The costs on the River Gauge are 60,000?
I think it's closer to 30,000 for installation, and then there's a recurring annual fee, which is less. I just have to revisit it.
But I still
there's-
remember it being substantial, like 10.
Yeah,
Like
yeah, it's still a big number.
It's a chunk of money.
Yeah, yeah.
So we can explore that as we explore installing a river gauge. No one wants to upgrade City Hall? I'm agnostic on this. I'm just making sure we have a thorough conversation, that's all. All right, going once? Going twice? All right,
Yeah, we're good with that.
River Gauge and Gunner's Brook. I will move those forward and have language. Last but not least, suggested for future projects. This is just very initial suggestions, and I would ask councilors to email me with other ideas that they have, because we are getting late. And one of these we may have just combined with infill development, but find ways to support, and these are suggested, these are not to go into the plan, these are to go into our idea box for future movement to the plan. Find ways to support small construction projects that keep residents in their homes, accessibility, upgrades, safety concerns, drainage, and flood mitigation. And then another is investigate ways for the cities to purchase, support, or contribute to upstream floodplain management outside the bounds of Barre City. We've talked about some interesting ways to do that. So just suggesting those for maybe someday projects. And please let me know. I combed back through a couple of our reports, the All In for Barre, the Barre Up reports, the emergency plan reports, a couple of other things like that to pull from. And I mean, the good news is we've done a lot. We've moved a lot of things out of idea plans before and into this plan. So we are moving through things quite well. All right, well, please shoot me an email with any other ideas that you have for things to move into the future projects section. I've taken an entire page of notes here. I will make the changes with language, both updating the ones that are currently in the plan and adding or changing the ones we've discussed tonight. Thank you all for bearing with me. Those are long updates, but I continue to feel really, really good about the progress that we're making as a city towards overall flood resiliency, and it feels good to have a path. So, any other? All right.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Council will move on to item 8G on the agenda. This is to ratify the 2 community members assigned to the City Manager Search Committee. Their applications were in your file. For purposes of discussion, a motion to ratify would be in order.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion? Yes.
So the reason I asked for this to be separated is just because I have nothing against either of these volunteers. I think that it's fantastic. I'm assuming you got many more applications. I don't know how many, and it doesn't, my only concern is it doesn't feel balanced, and I just wanted an opportunity to say that. With Tracy as the head of the Barre Partnership and Josh, head of the BADC, and I realize they're not exactly the same, but they're both community development or community economic development minded. It just feels a little redundant to me, so that's my biggest concern. So that's all.
Okay.
I just have a comment, and that is that as as a process geek, it just feels like we haven't, that we're being asked to sort of, I know we're trying to move fast and all that sort of thing and streamline things, but it does feel like we're sort of being asked to, approve things without much discussion about what we want to see on a committee that does this work. And, it's more of an observation than an ask for us to change the process at this point. But I have some, I'd like to see, I personally would like to see a broader representation of the people who actually live in the community, having some more input on the committee.
I understand, but you had that opportunity last meeting. I gave you that opportunity. I offered you that opportunity. You didn't speak up. I mean, that's exactly what I said to the council. I said that I, for one, was willing to trust Councilor Guston to choose the initial members of the committee, and she did. Then I said, I trust the members of the committee to choose the remaining members of the committee unless the council feels otherwise, and you were silent. And here we are. All those in favor of the motion as presented, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And those opposed, motion carries. Thank you. We'll move on to item 8H on the agenda. This is the reappraisal. Councilor Spalding, you wanted to?
Yes, so I've had a lot of questions and concerns about the reappraisal, and I recognize that we can't ask questions because the assessors aren't here, and that's fine. My two biggest concerns are, in the paper today, we were told that some mail has been delayed, so some people haven't even received notice of their reappraisal yet. I could be wrong. I don't know if I've received it at my office yet. So without formal notice, how are we expecting people to make an appointment if they haven't actually received the notice that explains? I mean, yes, you can go on the website, but you have to, first of all, get the paper to understand that, or the newspaper to understand that. And so if you are not connected in any way at all, you don't know that those letters have been mailed out. So I'm concerned that there are some people who don't know are going to get it. It's going to be too late for them, and that's a huge concern I have. And my other concern is that there were no totals on the website, and I'm not sure why the assessors did that, maybe because they're just projections and they didn't want to give a total that will then change. But I mean, honestly, any of the numbers could change. So my concern is that, or what I've heard is that people have basically downloaded the file, created an Excel file with it, and have gotten their own numbers. So we have numbers out there floating around, and good things are happening with the numbers actually, which is, oh, I can see what other people's properties are doing, and so now I'm not really as concerned and I'm not gonna make an appointment, which is a good thing. But I'm concerned that there are other people who don't have the ability to do that and don't have the advantage of being able to compare what that looks like and looking at the whole picture. And so that may actually make more work for the assessors. So I just bring up those 2 points for you.
I have a spreadsheet, if you'd like it.
Oh, I have one.
So all you have to do is export a PDF into Excel, and I actually have it sorted by location, I have it sorted by property owner, I have it sorted by property type. I'm just that way when it comes to numbers. No, but to your point, because it's a good point, if folks can have this informal hearing, and then there'll actually be a second notice that will be mailed to everyone. And that's your actual notice. This is, I don't want to say that people haven't gotten notice. This is more of a courtesy notice, not a formal notice in the sense of having to file an appeal. But if folks haven't, I mean, if there's a way we could do a better job at getting, I mean, I thought the booklet was very easy to navigate. You've got it by owner and you've got it by location. So if we could somehow, maybe through regroup.
Yeah, we could send something out.
Maybe I'd suggest we do that and say, hey, assessments are out, and send it by regroup, click here and you'll get it. But even if you have it, printing it out is quite a lengthy document. Yeah. So printing it out is an issue. What I would personally, what I'd like to see, I've actually already done it because I can do math and I'm really good at it. I've actually put together a calculator where someone can put in their old value and their new value, and it will tell them what the change in municipal tax is going to be. And that's, if there's one message I wish we could get out, it would be that, people see their property, they're actually making the statement, my assessment went up by 100%. It was 70 and now it's 140. It went up by 100%. My taxes are going to double.
Right. Yep.
No, not even close. Not even close. And I'm not saying that to mock anyone. I'm saying that because when I read that, as mayor, I don't feel like I should be responding to social media. I generally don't, unless no one ever says anything about Karen. She's sweet, so it's always about me. No, but when people say that, I feel like, okay, they're probably worried. I want so bad to jump in and say, no, they're not. You're okay. It's not even going to be anywhere near that. So I wish we had some sort of calculator where we could, and I'll share it with Carol. I'll give her the spreadsheet that I did, and you put in your value, and okay, and again, I can't project the school taxes yet, but
They're gonna go down because
right.
They
But I'm
just
just
bought
saying.
down the tax
I'd be
rate.
happy to include that. I haven't developed that calculation.
Well, right, but I'm just saying, I think
So
and we don't have
I'm
we don't have an
happy to
approved
do it,
budget.
but I wish we had that calculator. Yes.
I
And
just
then,
want to
yes.
follow up briefly on some of the councilor Spalding said. You said we don't have the total. What total?
Because it was a PDF.
Yeah.
There weren't totals at the bottom of all of the columns, apparently. That was my understanding.
Why
Do we
what would
need-
that do for you?
Yeah.
At each column? I mean, each page, totaling each page?
Well,
what
I
would
don't
that-
think each page, I think it was so that you could get a total amount. I think with to be perfectly honest, I haven't even looked at it. This is what I've heard from other people, that there weren't totals. And that if they wanted to try to do some calculations, they weren't able to do that.
Oh, you know what they're getting at?
Percentage increase?
72.7 is what they're getting at is, if you total the entire grand list, you couldn't do that.
Right.
Matter of fact, that's how I checked, because I separated it. They had one list by name and they had one list by location.
Right.
I actually exported both and then I checked them
Yeah.
to make sure that it was the same number
Right.
for both lists. That's how I knew that my spreadsheet had exported accurately. So, okay, they're correct. They didn't, like, if you wanted to know the city's old grand list and then proposed grand list, that total wasn't there.
That makes sense. Thank you.
But I have it.
Yeah. No, but I'm just saying for
I'm
people
happy to share.
who are trying to, this particular person found their way around it, and
Yeah.
I'm not sure why we didn't provide it in the first place, because it sounds like lots of people have exported it and
Yeah.
calculated their own numbers, but.
I just have a comment about the letter itself. I had 4 conversations with mostly elder members of the community, constituents, who did not realize that the numbers that did not look like amounts were actually relevant. They sort of looked, oh, something from the city. And, the conversation went sort of like, oh, I heard that I haven't gotten my assessment letter yet. And I said, are you sure? Did you get anything from the city? Well, I got something from the city, but, so I showed them, this is your old number, this is your new number. But they hadn't tracked that because they didn't have a dollar sign or a comma or a dot and 2 little, a decimal point and 2 zeros. So, I just lay that out there,
Yeah, I get it. Amy Gelford?
Yeah, I was just going to mention that at some point, a couple days after I got the letter, the city website went from just having the booklet to having a link to the database where you can actually go in and you can see what they have for the estimated floor plan, square feet, how are they counting your upper story if it's gabled, all the way down to like little features. And that wasn't there the first few days. So if people looked at first, they might have missed that. I think it showed up a couple days later. And I think that helps inform people about like where the data's coming from. I will say it has a couple of things that are very wrong about my house. Like I do not have central vacuum. I do not have a solar hot water heater, and it says yes for both of those. So I would encourage people to look and see what it says your house actually has, because that was a little peculiar. It probably doesn't make a big difference in my assessment, but it really does have a ton of detail. Like there's a lot of places to click and open up pop-up windows and, get all kinds of details. It's a cool system to have, but it's like a really elaborate lister card. But that was not there. I must have gotten my letter pretty early. The database stuff showed up later.
Thank you. So, yeah, so I think we could do a better, maybe regroup.
Yep, and send a regroup.
And then, the link would be right on regroup, so,
You can click it right from the
if you
message.
want a copy of the booklet,
Go here.
that details, click here, and that'll bring it up. I can, and if council wants the spreadsheet, I'm happy to share it with anyone. Like I said, the one thing that I think would be really helpful, is some sort of calculator that people could use themselves. I'd probably prefer that just deal with and if school officials reached out and said, hey, could you include the school in there? I'd be happy to do it. Otherwise, I'd limit it to, I'd keep our guardrails up and limit it to the municipality, but it would be relatively simple to do. I just have to have,
Can I ask?
like I said, I've done it. Just got to have Carol check my math. Yes.
I need to, this is a question, because the school doesn't have a budget yet. So
The proposed budget, that's all you could do.
how do you set taxes? And do we do estimated again? And do you?
An interim.
Interim bill
Yes.
again?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
like we did before.
It's set in statute how if they don't have a budget, it's set in statute how we
But that's
have
why
to do it.
you wouldn't be able to do a calculation, because we don't, you could do it based on like, okay, this is what you
Yeah,
were.
just like we project, we didn't this time because of the reappraisal, but in the past, as we've set our budget, the municipal budget, we said, okay, look, we want to provide you with a tax rate so that you can, if you're voting and you want to know what your tax, if this budget passes, your municipal taxes are going to be X.
Right.
And even the school tries, it's much more complicated in terms of the funding formula, but they try to do the same because, and I believe this, I've always believed this, that when people are voting a budget, at the end of the day, they're really voting for a tax rate. And they want to know, what is my resulting tax rate going to be if I pass your budget? And even if your spending went up by 20%, but you're getting other sources of revenue, so your property taxes were going down,
Right.
I'll virtually guarantee you'd pass the budget. So we'll see. Okay, so we'll do that. We'll try regroup. Council will move on to if there's nothing else on reappraisal, we'll move on to item 9, which is upcoming business. The 11th, which is a week from Thursday, I would like to get the city council together on the north end. Going to see if the Mutwa is available. We talked a little bit about, during the election, I talked about my disappointment that we really hadn't moved the ball down the field relative to the north end. And also talked about the fact that we've got another round of DR coming up in July, at the end of July. And we talked about the fact that we don't have a phased comprehensive plan for the north end. So I think we need to start changing that. And maybe in our off weeks, Nicholas, you don't have to come down. No, you're certainly welcome to. We welcome you, but it's not an attempt to burn up staff time.
Yep.
I want to spend a couple of minutes a couple of meetings in the north end, just listening to what people want. But one thing that I'm going to be clear about with people is we're all renters. In 20 years, I won't be living on Nelson Street. I can virtually guarantee you that. In 30 years, which is nothing when you consider the life of a municipality, none of us will be at this table. I'll guarantee you that. So when we talk about our plan for the north end, and listen, I'm going to respect and listen to the residents who are there, but they're not going to be there for 30 years, 40 years, neither are we. So it's more important to me that we we come up with a reasonable plan that'll stand the test of time. But we gotta come up with something. We need to advance this ball, yes.
A couple of things. The 11th, there's a oh my gosh,
What is it?
Justice, Diversity, Equity Committee meeting at 6:30 that night, the 11th. So I just say that. And then I'm assuming there will be a Zoom option?
Yes, we can make it.
Yeah,
Okay,
we can Zoom.
okay.
Are we talking about an evening?
An evening, yes. Yes, it would be an evening meeting. I'd make it 6 o'clock.
6? Okay.
Go to 2 or 3 hours. Is that Thunder Road's opener?
I think so.
It's the following, son of a, is it really?
Oh. I wouldn't plan it on that day.
Nope.
Okay. Well, I could do the following, all right, you know what? I'll let you know. I'll send a poll out to all of you and we'll figure out a day, but I don't want to wait a month. I don't want to wait 3 weeks. I really want to, what does Wednesday look like for everyone? The 10th?
Police advisory. Got police advisory meeting.
Police advisory? Yeah.
Why can't we do it on Tuesday?
We could do it on Tuesday.
I will be out of town.
You're out of town on Tuesday?
I'm out of town for 2 weeks, but as long as you have a Zoom option, I can Zoom in, but I'm not speaking for Councilor Weston.
I don't know.
What night is bingo at the Mutua?
That's what I've got to find out from.
Ask your mother.
My mom would know. My mother would definitely know. I don't know when bingo is at the Mutua, but I'll tell you what, let me get with the Mutua and get available dates, and then I'll get with the council. But the point is, I'd like to be down, I don't want to go much more than 10 days. I really don't. And then we're going to have multiple meetings because, what we're talking about is just talking about a plan. What should the North End look like? Should it have those large green spaces that, the governor talked about when he was in? Personally, I like that, with large green spaces that can hold water and provide a little bit of a buffer between Route 302 and folks who live in the neighborhood. I remember listening to people who lived in the neighborhood and they said, well, we like our neighborhood. Well, okay, I understand, they didn't necessarily want to see skyscrapers all over the place, but they also thought that, okay, we understand the need for dense, high-rise buildings because we have limited opportunities in the North End to keep buildings out of the floodplain. So we'll just be talking about those kinds of things. I'll get back to you. You'll get an email from me tomorrow. And with that, Councilor Ruthier, anything under roundtable?
Pass. What's that?
Councilor Bergeron?
Tomorrow night starts farmer's market, food trucks, and concerts in the park at Courier.
Councilor Spaulding?
Happy Pride to everyone who celebrates and even those who don't. I went to the tea dance on Sunday at Pearl Street Pizza and it was the best party I've ever been to there. So get out to Pride on Saturday.
Awesome.
Now I'm extra sad I couldn't go to it. Yes, happy Pride. This coming Saturday, on that note, in my day job at the Vermont Historical Society, I have been lucky to work with the Vermont State House and the Aldrich Public Library to display panels from the AIDS quilt. And 2 of those panels will be installed at the Aldrich Library, and there'll be a moment of remembrance this coming Saturday morning with the quilts. There will also be one that I'll be installing in the next day or 2 over at the History Museum, and then I believe it's going to be 2 at the Vermont State House. So I would ask everyone to, find a few minutes over the next month when they'll be up to go and take a moment of remembrance at those spaces.
Neighborly Berry Committee is gearing up for another event. We're hoping to have a series of these, one for each ward, but we're going to start with Ward 1. We're planning a garden tour and garden party where we're enlisting people to host a garden tour on the 28th of June. It's a Sunday. From 12 to 3, we'll produce a map that shows what houses are participating, and then everybody else is invited to come 3 back to 27 Camp for refreshments and conversation and a party. So that will be the 28th.
Can you repeat the times, please?
Counselor Deering.
12 through 3 for the tours and 3 to 5 for the party at 27 Camp. Thank you. And if you know anyone who has a beautiful garden in Ward 1 and who might be interested in participating, please have them get in touch with me, because I'm the point person on the organizing the tour.
Counselor Deering.
I sent you all an invitation this afternoon for the Barre City Middle School concert on Thursday at 6:30. It'll be a great opportunity to see some of our brightest students. I know they would love to have your support, as well as the support of the community. There have been a lot of great rehearsals. We had one this morning. We'll have another one tomorrow, and then we're going to perform for, I think it's the second grade on Thursday before we have that concert on Thursday evening. So we really would just encourage council to go out and participate in that.
Thank you very much. Council, we do need an executive session. We'll be talking about collective bargaining and litigation that will result, likely result in the ratification of the collective bargaining agreement. You going to send that to Mr. Delcor before he asks?
Yes.
Okay, David, we'll send it to you after the council ratifies that. We will, I'll see that Nicholas sends that over to you. And that'll be our only
Correct. Action.
that'll be our only
Anticipated
vote
action.
coming out of executive session. So a motion for findings would be in order.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor of the motion as presented, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And those opposed, thank you. And a motion to enter executive session, inviting the manager to join us, would be in order.
So moved.
Thank you. Moved and seconded. All those in favor of the motion as presented, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And those opposed, council will be in executive session momentarily. Okay, council, welcome back. A motion to exit executive session would be in order.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by, who was? Moved by Councilor Deering, seconded by Councilor Bergeron. All those.
No, that was Ruthier.
Oh, Councilor Ruthier, excuse me. All those in favor of the motion as presented, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And those opposed, council has exited the executive session. A motion to ratify the collective bargaining agreement as presented by the manager would be in order.
So moved.
Second. Whoever moved and seconded. Any discussion, folks? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion as presented, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And those opposed, motion to adjourn would be in order.
So moved.
And seconded, thank you. All those in favor of the motion as presented, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And those opposed, we are adjourned. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Yay, we made it.
Not quite done.
Oh.